The drums meaning dum dum. That means it's showtime for us. It's go time for you guys at home. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Poppy.
Good morning.
How you doing?
I'm great. How are you
guys?
guys?
Good morning, Caitlin. How you doing?
Good morning.
I'm like Dad here. Good morning, kids. Time to get up. It's time to get up. It's Thursday, November 10th. Listen, thought there might be some clarity. Well, I don't know if you're going to like this news. There's still no clarity. The balance of power in the House and the Senate remains undecided at this hour this morning. Some critical races to tell you about, though, still too close to call. House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy has officially announced his intention to run for Speaker of the House, but the expected thin margin Republicans may have is complicating that whole thing.
Also, you won't want to miss this. Our very own Christian Amanpour sits down one-on-one with Ukraine's President Zelensky and the First Lady to discuss what U.S. support for Ukraine looks like after all of the midterm votes are counted.
We would really like to have this bipartisan support remain after the elections, because, yes, there have been these mixed messages that were in the U.S. mass media, particularly from the Republican side.
But we start this morning with the waiting game. You have to be patient when it goes maybe potentially into the weekend to figure out who controls Congress. Nobody is watching this more than members of Congress right now. We still have 3 key Senate races undecided as you are waking up this morning. Arizona, Nevada, Georgia. We know Georgia is headed to a December runoff, so you've got some time to watch that one. But control of the Senate may not be determined for a month, John Berman. I mean, we are going to be waiting. We had to wait till January, the last time there was a runoff. Now at least it's December.
Maybe, or maybe not. If Democrats carry both of these remaining races, the runoff won't matter in terms of control. If Republicans carry both of these, it won't matter in terms of control. And I would dispute that no one's watching this more closely than members of Congress, because I barely slept last night, and I know John King did either. Let me show you what happened.
John Berman, lawmakers.
Let me show you what happened in Nevada overnight, because things changed. If you deigned to sleep last night, it looks different this morning. There were more votes counted, largely in Clark County and Washoe County, which you can see here tilt a little bit Democratic, which cut into Adam Laxalt's lead here. Let me show you over time what took place here. I'm going to rewind here. Go back to 7 p.m. last night. You can see Adam Laxalt's lead was 22,000 votes. At 9 p.m., Clark County here, the largest county in the state with Las Vegas, reported some new counting. It cut Laxalt's lead to about 17,000. But wait! At 12:05 a.m., which wasn't that long ago, Lyon County, which is right here, heavily Republican, reported new votes. Laxalt's lead grows, but at 12:30 a.m., Washoe County reports new votes. The lead goes all the way down to 15,000, and in Washoe County, he went from leading by 4 points to actually trailing.
All within 25 minutes.
All within 25 minutes. This is getting very, very much closer. And let me just tell you about Nevada right now. There are 110,000 votes left, okay? They are largely mail ballots from Clark County and Washoe County, which tends to favor the Democrats if Catherine Cortez Masto wins 60% of that, okay? If, of the 110,000, she would net 22,000 votes net. That would be enough to put her into the lead. Now, we don't know it will go this way, and there may be some more mail votes coming in that could change this, but you can see which way this could go this week.
And the trend seems to be that the rural votes were breaking in his favor, those mail-in ballots. And now, though, it seems to be the urban votes that seem, based on the numbers so far that we've been getting in, have been breaking in the favor of this very endangered incumbent Democrat.
The urban mail vote, which is Clark County, Las Vegas, and Reno, has been going toward Catherine Cortez Masto. I can actually give you the percents. In Washoe County, she had 61% of the vote, which, remember, I told you 60% was the target there. That's over that margin. So, and in Clark County, down here, it was even higher. Excuse me, Peter Brady. It was 65% of the vote, so much higher than the 60% threshold she needs. So that's what's happening in these counties. I will tell you, while we're talking about the Senate, because also it very much matters what happens in Arizona as well. It's a little bit of a different story in Arizona, where there's more than 500,000 votes remaining from across the state. His lead did change overnight, and I can take you back there, too. You can see that his lead was 83,000 at 7 p.m. At 9 p.m., it had grown to 95,000. Still 95,000 at 12:05 a.m. And that's other things here. This goes back to Arizona right there. But you can see that lead changing.
But here's
up to
also the
95.
number that matters, 76,000.
Yes, and there's
what's reporting.
500,000.
76%, excuse me.
76% reporting. There's some 500,000 votes remaining here. So there is room for Blake Masters to make up this margin. Next hour, will give you a sense of the percentage he needs to hit in order to do that.
Quickly before we go, can you explain, if you're waking up, you've been waking up every day to check these numbers, if someone's watching at home, what's the timing here? When will we know? How long is it going to take?
Okay, so in Nevada, any ballots received by mail, postmarked by Election Day, will be counted by Saturday. And so we should have a better sense by Saturday, and they will be counted day by day. So Saturday's a target for Nevada. Arizona, get ready to wait. At this point, we just don't know. It takes them a long time. They're going to count, 60,000 votes here and 80,000 votes there. 2 years ago in the presidential election, it took deep into the next week before that race was projected.
I remember it well. Pack a lunch is what you're
That's
basically
right.
telling us.
And breakfast
John
and
Berman.
dinner times 6.
Okay, good. All right, John Berman, thank you.
John, it's like watching your favorite team when I watch you try to get into the end zone. You're like, oh my gosh.
The Red Sox? Oh,
I
no,
mean,
the Patriots.
the Patriots,
It's
it's been a
nerve-wracking.
struggle for them, but I won't comment on that.
Thanks, guys.
Who won the Alabama game?
Oh,
Aw,
wow,
Will
John.
We'll just sulk over here in the
Born
corner.
in LSU colors.
No, I'm not.
Okay, John. Good morning. So this morning, sources say that Republican leader Kevin McCarthy is looking to lock down the votes to be elected the next Speaker of the House, as the party appears to be on track to take the majority. But a group of hard-right members may try to complicate his bid. We want to go now to CNN's Melanie Zanona live on Capitol Hill for CNN This Morning. Good morning to you. So look, we know, anyone who has a chance, anytime we go through something like this, person tries to secure his or her way to becoming Speaker, but there is one group of his own party who might throw a monkey wrench in it. Good morning, Melanie.
Good morning, Don. Right now it's all hands on deck for Kevin McCarthy. He has been scrambling to lock down this speakership, a speakership that once looked like a sure thing, now suddenly on the rocks after a disappointing night on Tuesday. But I'm told that McCarthy has been calling up members, asking for their support, arguing that he is about to deliver them the majority, also hearing out some of their demands and their concerns, although not making promises just yet. He also tapped a team of allies to help make some of these calls. And we did spot Marjorie Taylor Greene, a potential critic and member of the pro-Trump Freedom Caucus, going in and out of his office yesterday. She declined to say whether she's going to support him for Speaker, but sources tell me that there are around 24 members of the Freedom Caucus who are threatening to vote against McCarthy. The bottom line is they see that they have leverage with a smaller majority, and they're planning to use it.
Yeah, the question is, what do they want?
Well, there's a bunch of things that they want. At the top of their list, they want to make it easier for a lawmaker to call a floor vote on ousting a sitting speaker. That is something McCarthy is very adamantly against. It was used over the head of former Speaker John Boehner, who eventually resigned. But there are a number of other demands that they're looking for. They want more representation on the steering committee, which doles out other committee assignments. They want more time to review non-controversial bills before they come to the floor. And look, as Speaker, McCarthy has a whole number of perks at his disposal. As one Republican told me, he has a lot of chips to cash in, but he might need to cash in every single one of them. So McCarthy and his allies are confident at this point that he will be able to get the votes, but it's going to be a messy process between now and January when that floor vote comes up for Speaker.
And we'll be watching and covering all of it. Thank you, Melanie.
All right, hundreds of Republicans running for office this year have echoed President Trump's lies that the 2020 election was rigged. Some of them have even taken action to try to overturn the results. Let's talk about all of this and how those candidates fared on Election Day. CNN senior political analyst John Avlon is here. John, good morning. Democracy won, but I was talking about Tom Friedman's op-ed earlier today. If you ask him, we're not out of the woods yet. What do you think?
We're definitely not out of the woods yet, but it's important to get a sense of the election denier scorecard to date, because it tells us a lot about what happened this election and what future brushback we might see. Take a look at the top of the ticket, right, in terms of governor. Now, there are 7 who won. 7 election deniers won, but these are predominantly incumbents in deep red states. Now, if you want to add Florida to that category, and this was sort of pro forma. The one new governor in this category is Sarah Huckabee Sanders from Arkansas. The key thing is the 12 folks who lost, because these were people who were running for the office now, largely on the back of being an election denier, including in some critical states like Pennsylvania, which typically act as swings in presidential elections, and where the governor appoints the Secretary of State. So this kind of decisive loss for 12 election deniers for governor is really significant. It shows the gravity of the rejection of this wing of the party. That said, there are 3 governors out to date, Arizona and Nevada among them. That's one of the many reasons why it's so critical to get answers about what happens in those states, because if election deniers are in that pole position for governor, that could have real implications next presidential.
Especially if they're coupled in a state with an election denier who wins Secretary of State. This is, I mean, when have we ever talked broadly on national television about Secretary of State races before this cycle? And this is this is so critical.
It is. And look, I mean, hiring an election denier or electing an election denier to who doesn't believe in overseeing elections, I mean, it's like hiring an arsonist to be your fire commissioner. It makes no practical sense. Here's the tale of the tape to date. 6 folks have lost, including people who were running in Michigan and Minnesota where they could have done real damage. 4 election deniers have won, but again, in these sort of deep red states that are unlikely to go Democrat in a presidential election. And so you get that catch-22 with election deniers. They'll approve the elections that they win. And then 2 not yet projected, particularly, again, Nevada, Arizona. One more reason why it's so critical to get answers in all the votes counted in these states. Huge implications.
For sure. John Avalon, thank you, friend. See you soon.
That's a very smart point. When have we talked about secretaries of state? I know,
now. You're
that's,
so right.
That's the environment we're in. So this is what Donald Trump is waking up to today. It is the second straight day that Rupert Murdoch's New York Post has taken aim at him. Trump says that he is not to blame for the midterm performance, but some high-profile Republicans, they simply don't see it that way.
Almost every one of these Trump endorsed candidates that you see in competitive states have lost, and it's a huge loss for Trump.
I think it sends a message to the country, along with some other states, that this is truly a pivot point for the Republican Party. This is a time that Donald Trump is no doubt in the rearview mirror, and it's time to move on with the party. It's time to move on with candidate quality.
It's an opportunity to reassess what Trump's role is inside the Republican Party, and are people willing to stand up rather than caving in on him?
The question is, does the rest of the Republicans have the courage to stand up to Trump, or do they once again acquiesce to him? Because we all know him. He's not going to take the blame for this, at least in his own mind. This is certainly a rejection of the MAGA base.
I think Governor DeSantis did it incredibly well in Florida. He just knocked the cover off the ball there. And I think people are now saying, okay, we're moving forward. And if you just look at the Trump versus DeSantis stuff today, it's a heck of a lot different than it was just 3 months ago and definitely a year ago.
You know, I think Governor DeSantis is the biggest single winner of the night, and he will almost certainly become the rallying point for everybody in the Republican Party who wants to move beyond President Trump.
Let's discuss now. Senior political analyst and senior political correspondent at the New York Times, Maggie Haberman, is here. She's also the author of the book Confidence Man, The Making of Donald Trump and the Breaking of America. Good morning. I don't even have to say anything to you. Just go. Did you see what happened?
I did. What I'm most struck by in that montage that we just saw is Newt Gingrich and the lieutenant governor of Georgia, because Newt Gingrich is somebody who has been incredibly close to Donald Trump, has been talking up his strength forever. Lieutenant governor of Georgia is not a voice that we hear from repeatedly. The others are generally people who have been pretty critical of Trump. We're at a real inflection point. Clearly, the elites in the party are done with Trump. We only have to look at this to know just where the elites in the GOP are. That doesn't necessarily mean it translates to the base. And so I think we are going to see, I think Trump is at his most vulnerable than he has been since January 6th, but whether somebody moves forward against him, we'll see.
When will we know and how, right? I'm not saying what month, but what indicates to you that we will know if this time is different?
Well, among other things, these races that are not settled yet have to get settled. So if Kari Lake wins for governor in Arizona, if Laxalt wins in Nevada, if Blake Masters somehow pulls it out, although at the moment that looks harder to see, whatever happens in the Senate race in Alaska, because that was a key target of his because of impeachment, that will be telling. If his candidates pull it out, then it's going to be that he had a rough night in Pennsylvania and a few other specific spots. If not, then you are looking, and look, a lot of these candidates had tougher races than they should have, given everything. We will know in the next few months if, among other things, DOJ moves forward against him? Does Ron DeSantis start making more moves than he's been doing? And DeSantis is really the one to watch, as we just heard. Trump is never going to acknowledge that something is wrong. And folks around him spent all day yesterday insisting nothing bad really happened. Something bad happened. We're just not sure what it means.
What was he saying yesterday behind the scenes? Because I know he's tweeting or he's posting on his website about he personally believes he was successful, but Republicans themselves were not on Tuesday night.
Right. It was for some people it was disappointing, but I did well was essentially his tweet. And that's also not true, by the way. Like, he did well in some places. Privately, according to multiple people I talked to, he was very angry. The focal point of his anger was the Oz race in particular, because that was not a natural fit for him, and he was convinced to do it. And of course, he never takes responsibility for any of his own decisions. It's always that some staffer tricked him. And I think, Caitlin, to your question, this is something that I heard a lot of complaining about from people around him yesterday. You know, his aides who are in his world, paid aides, are all insisting nothing's wrong, status quo, everything goes forward. Other people are saying, how many years are we going to spend blaming it on staff? And I think you are going to hear more of that as we go forward.
One big question is, does it delay his announcement? I know there have been some people, even on the record, Kayleigh McEnany, Jason Miller, saying he should wait, not do it, but wait until after December 6th, which is when that Georgia runoff is.
They all, in his world, think that he should do that. Now, how forcefully they make that case to him versus say it to each other is always the open question. But that is the key date to watch for next week. He, I think, does not want to. A bunch of people close to him also are worried it will show some sign of weakness. But he's going to get blamed if he continues to go ahead and Walker loses.
What do you make of Mike Pence out with this op-ed today? His book comes out Tuesday, same day Trump's going to make this big announcement from Mar-a-Lago. What do you make of him? As Don's been pointing out, he's selling a book. He could have said all this stuff to the public, put it on the record in the days following January 6th, and he didn't.
Or to the House Select Committee.
Yeah, there you go.
I think that there's an alternate universe where this is his House Select Committee testimony. But that said, I think it's an important part of the historical record. I think that he and his folks have voiced issues with the Select Committee that they consider to be about process and how things were conducted. It's pretty striking, Poppy, hearing Pence talking about this in his own words. I mean, he is talking about, he confirms much of the reporting that's been out there already. So yes, there are people who are going to read this and say, well, we knew this, except we didn't know it in first person from Mike Pence. He explains why he didn't want to leave the building, and it's not because he thought that he was going to be essentially kidnapped by the Secret Service as part of a plot. It's that he didn't want the image of his caravan fleeing, his motorcade fleeing the Capitol. He confirms conversations that he had with Trump. He describes this lengthy pressure campaign, and then a really interesting moment after January 6th in his first conversation with Trump. I think it's 5 days later, orchestrated by Trump's son-in-law and daughter. Trump has a moment where he says, what if that rally didn't happen? Then it's too terrible to end this way. That's the only time I have heard of any real reflection from Trump, and it was fascinating.
It's interesting that you read it that way with the whole motorcade leaving the Capitol, because for me, I thought, well, was this about optics for Mike Pence? Because he could have left the Capitol and still, with his dignity, and still did what he had to do, what his oath to the Constitution. But he could have also stood up faster and stronger to the former president, and it may not have gotten that far. He said, I had compassion for the people when I drove up and I saw, the people at the rally as I was on my way to the Capitol. I had compassion for them. Perhaps if he had been more honest with the former president and with those people, then it would not have gotten to that moment. I don't. So I read him staying there as, not the way that you had. I feel that this is reputation rehab for Mike Pence, this book. And I don't ascribe to the belief that Mike Pence is a hero because he did his job. We have to have higher standards than that, especially for elected officials, especially if you are the person who is second in power. You have to be able to stand up to the boss when you know that you're on the right side of history, the law is with you, and it's your oath.
So, Don, I think there are a lot of people who feel the way you do. And we've heard that criticism, not just about Pence, but a number of former Trump aides. The way that I have come to look at it, looking at everything that happened, and just given the intensity of everything that was happening during that 3-month period of time, people in the administration, those of us covering it, it's sort of shocking to look back and look at how much was taking place. I am not sure. I think Pence is in a different position, so I agree with you that I think that if he had said something publicly, it might have been different. I actually am no longer convinced that much of what any one person could have done. Bill Barr did come out in December and say there was no widespread voter fraud. And Trump just rolled right over that and looked to find other people who were going to do the job. In Pence's case, if Pence said, I'm not going to do this, then they would have just proceeded without him. I wonder a lot about what would have happened at the end of the final 2 weeks had the riot not happened. Would Trump have walked out of that door willingly? There's so many unknowns. I hear what you're saying, and I think that there are people, as I said, who do feel that way. I just don't know that I think that one person saying
I
this
agree
is
with
going
you.
to matter.
Just if you look at, and again, he says in his book and in this, the clip that this op-ed or whatever is basically
it's an excerpt.
It's an excerpt from his
right.
book. But when you look at what he says, when he says, I wanted to give people the opportunity to discuss legal challenges, there were no legitimate challenges to the vote. There were no legitimate challenges.
And what ended right?
So that's where people believe he should have just cut it off there instead of giving oxygen to the election deniers in office. That's all I'm saying.
And I think it's a very valid argument. But I also understand, where he is coming from in terms of how you can make the broader argument that this is what happens when you agree to sign up for working for Trump, right? And I think that that's sort of part of the problem. But I also, personally, as a journalist, I am interested in what the former vice president has to say.
Yeah, very fair. Thank you, Maggie.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Maggie. With control of Congress still up for grabs, what President Biden is now saying about the possibility of working with the Republican Party.
Hurricane Nicole making landfall in Florida overnight. It is now weakened to a tropical storm, though. We are live along Florida's east coast. We got to look at the conditions for you this morning and what you need to watch.
Well, each one is a dry run for the next one, because you never know what's going to happen and you never know how severe it's actually going to be.
Rain's not helping anybody, especially if you still have water in your house, a month and a half after Hurricane Ian. So tonight, think about those folks. If they're back in their home, they got to be looking at this.
Yeah, indeed. Think about all of them. Strong winds and surging waves along Florida's east coast as Hurricane Nicole made landfall last night. The system has now weakened a bit to a tropical storm. Let's go to CNN's Leila Santiago. She joins us from Satellite Beach, Florida, for CNN this morning. Good morning, Leila. So weakened, but still, what was it like for folks overnight?
Wind, and more ferocious wind overnight, and we're still continuing to feel that right now here on Satellite Beach, just about 50 miles north of where this made landfall down in Vero Beach. So let's walk around, Poppy. Let me show you what we're dealing with here. I mean, just take a look at the wind up at the trees. That sort of makes the point as to how strong these wind gusts are that are coming down. In fact, this road right behind here is closed off because police tell me they have hot wires down there given power lines that are down. Now let's go to the other side where I can show you also just on the ground some of the sea foam that was coming in earlier when we were here. And then, of course, there's that. There is the Atlantic Ocean that has just been aggressive all night long. Those waves just pounding this area. And so today will be much about damage assessment, much about figuring out exactly what went wrong overnight and how this area moves forward. Because, Poppy, you know this, I constantly talk about timing when we're out here at these storms. 6 weeks ago, Hurricane Ian really pounded this area as well. So folks who are waking up as the sun comes up right now, they could very well be waking up to a very different coastline that was already vulnerable because of Ian, and now enter Nicole.
Yeah, no question. That's what that reporter was saying, too, at the top. It's been a month and a half. You, Layla, have been talking to emergency management officials overnight. I mean, the wind is just so obvious there. What are they most worried about now going forward until this fully passes?
So interestingly enough, as I've checked in overnight and just in the last half hour, there are 3 things coming up. One is high tide. That is coming up in just a matter of hours. So they're worried about that, given the water that they're expecting, the flooding that could come up. And then the one that has come up over and over and over again is beach erosion, what we were just talking about. You're going to probably wake up to a very different coastline here. I mean, just north of us in Volusia County, they had structures that were teetering right there on the edge because of coastal erosion. They've deemed dozens of buildings unsafe, directly correlating it to coastal erosion, Poppy.
Layla, we appreciate you, your whole team, the camera, folks we can't see, for being there through all this. Thank you.
Up next, our coverage of the midterm elections is going to continue. We'll talk to you about how President Biden is reacting to the wins, the unexpected wins that Democrats had. We'll also tell you where the closest races stand at this hour.
And we have to talk about this. Facebook's parent company, Meta, is now the latest tech giant to slash its workforce, coming right after Twitter, right? What is driving this trend? What's going on here?
While we don't know all the results yet, at least I don't know them all yet, here's what we do know. While the press and the pundits are predicting a giant red wave, it didn't happen.
A little victory lap, maybe a little bit of gloating there. The president taking a small victory lap, the red wave that most expected, turning out trickle, maybe. So Congress still hanging in the balance at this hour. Looking increasingly likely for Republicans that they're going to gain the House of Representatives, though. And that means that partisan gridlock could get a little worse. So this is what the president had to say about working with Republicans. Here it is.
Under no circumstances will I support the proposal put forward by Senators Johnson and the senator from down in Florida to cut or make fundamental changes in Social Security and Medicare. That's not on the table. I will not do that. I will veto any attempt to pass a national ban on abortion, but I'm ready to compromise with Republicans where it makes sense on many other issues.
We'll see if there's anywhere for them to compromise. Let's talk about this with CNN contributor Dr. Abdul El Sayed and Scott Jennings, CNN political commentator and former special assistant to President W. Bush.
Thank
you both for being here.
You guys know I have nothing to say about this, so I'm just going to sit here.
Yeah, Don, we know better. Scott, though, you had a tweet that went viral, shall we say, where you were talking about what we've heard from so many Republicans, what I've heard from so many Republicans over the years, but now people are really saying publicly, which is this unusual blowback to Trump following Tuesday night and what happened there. The question, though, is whether or not this criticism is going to last.
Yeah, good question. I think it's his weakest moment politically since January 6th. And on January 6th, there were some of us who thought at the time, if you were going to move on someone, now would be the time. I mean, there was all the reasons to do it, and the Republican Party hesitated, and he sort of filled the void. And I think the reason is because there was no obvious alternative. Like, who's actually going to lead the party? There was no, pending election. Now, there is a pending election. The 24 election is here. But more importantly, there's someone to fill the void. The only great thing that happened to the Republican Party Tuesday night was Florida. Ron DeSantis had a crushing victory, sent a huge message about what a governing coalition could look like. He turned a purple state red. And so I think for the first time, Republicans are actually seeing the next lily pad on which to hop. And they've never been able to see that before. Time will tell, and we'll see if DeSantis gets in and makes a go of it. But his instincts are really good. And he may be the next evolution of what Republicans are looking for, which is some of the fight you get with Trump, but also none of the baggage and the drama.
Can I just ask you one more question? Because I know, obviously, you're close to Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell right now. He wanted to become Senate Majority Leader. Yesterday, when he was asked what he thought about Tuesday's results, he said, "I don't deal in feelings."
Yeah, that's accurate. He does not. I mean, he deals in reality and dealing and just playing the hand he's dealt. But I will tell you, if you look at all of the polling and the CNN exit polling and just the mood of the country, the way people feel about the economy, people don't love Joe Biden either. If we don't find a Senate majority here, it's a travesty. It is an absolute travesty. All the indicators were there. The whole thing was there to be won, and we didn't win it. And I know.
But McConnell said candidate quality.
Absolutely. Mitch tried to tell him. And if you look in some of these races, it was laying there to be won, and it wasn't. And so, we'll see if the party learns some lessons here. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't.
There's also a doctor in the room.
Well, you know, they say admission is the first step toward recovery, and this definitely was an addiction, so...
Let me ask you, because I was out and about last night, and people were saying, I'm so glad Trump is over, and I'm like, I'm not so sure about that. And listen, we're here in, well, was a blue bubble in New York. I'm not so sure anymore, considering what's going on with, you know, the changing demographics here. So what do you think? Is this the beginning of, is it a blow? What is this?
So, you know, if admission is the first step, there are 11 more steps. And the worry I have is I don't see the choreography that ends up with Donald Trump not being the Republican nominee as it has to go through an entire primary process. I mean, this man has called into question an entire general election. What's going to keep him from calling into question the outcomes of a primary that's in a party that's in his thrall? And so I don't know that I see that. I also think that for the country, Donald Trump will continue to be a hanging question over the head of the Republican Party and therefore our politics until he is soundly, clearly 100% beaten, you know, by 10, 20 points. And I think if he does run and he is the nominee, that's likely what's going to happen. He is not a popular politician. You could see people running away from the stench of Trump in almost every single election that he put his finger in. But the thing is, the one person who cannot see that, who needs to see that, is Donald Trump himself.
And a lot of other people,
you were once a candidate for governor of Michigan, so you know what it's like to run for governor. What Ron DeSantis did in Florida was remarkable. Not only the spread, but who he got.
Right.
The Latinos on board Miami-Dade. Do you think that he can repeat that across the country? Because that's the question. Was it just Florida? Or is it bigger?
Are we getting ahead of ourselves on this whole DeSantis? I just feel like it's...
But that's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is, does he have the power to repeat that?
What I think the DeSantis playbook looks like is competent local technical leadership, which can't take that away from him. He is competently led in terms of the fundamental basics of governing. And then a very good instinct for figuring out how to weaponize a culture war in a way that redounds to particular communities that he's trying to pick up. And so the way that he's played a sort of fear of change when it comes to schools, for example, I think has been important in his ability to make an argument to a Latino community, for example, in Miami-Dade. The bigger question I think that means for Democrats is we've got to start asking big picture questions about why are we losing communities like this when we have been long advocates for the issues that should unite many different kinds of people around the bread and butter issues that we've always talked about. And I think that's as much a question for whether or not DeSantis can scale that brand to politics and whether or not Democrats can address it. The last thing I want to say about this is that I worry a lot about where our country goes under DeSantis. I think a lot of folks think that the exit of Donald Trump means that all of a sudden the spell is broken. I actually see Ron DeSantis as a far more efficient version of what Donald Trump has done. And I worry a lot about the ways that it tells us that we ought to be tearing each other apart, that we cannot accept one another for who we are.
Why does that make you laugh?
I mean, this is so expected. Like, you know, here's the Republican Party saying, well, maybe it's time to move on from Trump. And my friend has come along to tell us, well, you know, DeSantis is much worse than Trump. And
both can be true, though, Scott.
What I predict is going to happen is, and hey, the Democrats' tactics in this election, it paid off. They helped a bunch of really bad Republican candidates get nominations, and they defeated them. They will judge Trump as being the easiest person to defeat. So I expect a lot of punditry around. You know, everybody else is much worse than Trump. Maybe you should just nominate him one more time. We should not nominate him again. We do need a new nominee. We have to move on from this.
If I may, I don't think that DeSantis is worse than Trump. I think he's more efficient at Trumpism than Trump is. I think Trump is caught into his own narcissism in a way.
You think that's better than
DeSantis isn't. But the point that I'm trying to make is this. If we continue as a country to peddle in the politics of division, there is going to be a cost in the country that is bigger than who is an elected official in the country. And what I don't see, right, what I don't see is a conversation about whether or not this kind of politics that tells people that some people are less human than others, that don't deserve the same freedoms as others, whether or not that politics itself should continue to be a valid form of politicking on the Republican right. And this is the conversation I really wish y'all would have, whether it's Trump or DeSantis or anyone else. That's the conversation.
This is a really good
I love this conversation because you disagree civilly. And by the way, you gave some props to a Republican governor. So, you know, therefore we can, from other parties, see good things and bad things in others.
Well, and I have to congratulate, I mean, the Michigan Democrats,
Yeah.
where you come from, had a really good night. I mean, for
Which they were
Republicans,
not
Florida
expecting.
was a big, Michigan was a real bright spot. I mean, in a pretty good
I'm
night.
going to help the control room and get to.
But I find it interesting.
Or I'm
that
not. I'm not.
I find it interesting that when you talked about the messaging, because the whole time before you were saying Democrats have the wrong message, and now you're saying Democrats have the right message.
I looked at the exit polls. Biden was unpopular. Most people thought his policies were hurting, not helping. Yet the independents
Broke
stuck.
for Dems.
They broke. So independents misbehaved. They did not behave the way you would expect. And the way I interpreted that was, I don't love Biden, but I like him a little bit more than the people who were affiliated with Trump. Hence, time to move on.
Poppy's going to beat me up. I'm going to shut up.
Just trying to help the team. Thank you.
Thank you both for being here.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Scott. Next, because we want you to see this too, our own Christian Amanpour sat down with the president and the first lady of Ukraine. What President Zelensky is saying about Russian-occupied Kherson and the battle to retake it. She'll join us live with that interview.
In an exclusive CNN interview, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and the First Lady sat down with our very own Christian Amanpour. She joins us now live from Kyiv. Good morning to you here, and hello to you there, Christian. What do they have to say?
Well, it's really interesting. Sat down with them as the midterm results were coming in. Of course, they're dependent on U.S. help. They both said, especially the president, that he really hopes that this valuable U.S. help continues. He believes it will. They've talked to many U.S. senators, bipartisan groups, the National Security Advisor, etc., and they are assured that this vital U.S. help and NATO help will continue. I'm here in Kyiv for the last several days. The Russian cruise missile and kamikaze drone attack on the cities, on energy infrastructure, has abated, and therefore they're really trying to fix this energy infrastructure before the devastating cold and dark of the winter. And I did start by asking them how they're coping 9 months in, and they both looked extremely tired, but they were happy to talk, certainly to the American and global audience.
You asked whether I thought this war would last so long. No, because I didn't start this war. And I'm sure there isn't a single Ukrainian who knew what this will be and what tragedy this would bring to every home in our country. Because, I'll repeat, we did not start this war, but Ukrainian society united and showed that it was ready for what unfortunately was such a tragedy, showed that it was ready for these challenges. I was really impressed by the power of one nation and was impressed by the swiftness of the response of Europe, the whole world, and the whole international community that rallied around Ukraine for this challenge.
First Lady, what motivates you to get up in the morning? How do you feel that you've endured this war?
Well, thank you. It's a big question. It covers many spheres of my life. And what helps me get up in the morning, surely, as you said, it's my husband's example. I know that if he endures, then I have to endure. If the day's begun, then we have to keep fighting. That keeps me going.
Mr. President, what is the status of Kherson and the impending battle to retake Kherson?
You know, that's a very serious question. And I'll be frank with you, I'll try to answer it in a way that doesn't give you an answer, to be honest. Because these planned military actions, they are discussed in a small circle, but then they're executed in silence. And I really want to have an unpleasant surprise for the enemy and not something they're prepared for. So I'd like to apologize. But at any rate, our people and our public needs to know that we're working on some very serious steps with a positive outcome for the citizens of Ukraine and all those communities that support peace in Ukraine.
Is it true that you said to President Biden, when they offered to evacuate you at the beginning, that you said, I don't need a ride, I need ammunition?
Yes, that's right. nothing changed. You know, my answer is still the same.
What strength do you get from each other?
If I can?
Yes.
That is my love, and that is my best friend. So that is my energy. I wanted to answer your question at the very beginning, when Olena told you like she prepared breakfast for the children in the morning and prepare clothes and etc. And what I wanted to tell you that, but I have no such possibility. So nobody gives me breakfast in the morning. I mean that it's such difficult period.
So they live apart because of security. And so just a little bit of humor and humanity from this first couple thrust into the midst of a war that clearly they didn't anticipate. Don?
Fantastic interview, Christian. Good to see you, and thank you so much for that. Make sure you go to CNN.com to see more of Christian's interview. Poppy?
Great. Alex is right. Okay, President Biden says Elon Musk's relationship with other countries is, quote, worthy of being looked at. Caitlin and I were just talking about that. What exactly is raising this concern, and will he say more? What will happen, especially as he goes to the G20?
I think that Elon Musk's cooperation and/or technical relationships with other countries is worthy of being looked at.
That is a significant statement from the president as Elon Musk's Twitter takeover has really the world's attention. What do we know about the foreign entities also that invested in Musk's new venture? Saudi Arabia, one of them. Let's talk about it with CNN media analyst Sarah Fisher. So there's the investors part of it, right? Whose money is in this? And there's all of these positions he's taken and comments he's made on big global issues like China, Taiwan, like Iran, like Russia, Ukraine.
I'm less concerned about the investments, Poppy, than I am about the positions.
Okay, why?
And the reason being the White House already said it wasn't going to do a national security review on this particular deal. If they thought that there was too much foreign investment, they would have had the Committee of Foreign Investment of the U.S. look into it. They are not. Also, Twitter has always had foreign investors. Saudi Arabia, you mentioned at the top, has been an investor in Twitter since 2011, and it hasn't been a foreign national security issue thus far. But Elon's positions, I think, are a little bit more problematic. He's a huge global leader who's developed a populist following of over 114 million on Twitter. And what he says has major sway in terms of international affairs.
Yeah, and he's also involved, you know, when it comes to Ukraine and the Starlink satellites there. There's been questions about Iran, what that looks like. He's also dabbling in all of these major geopolitical issues. Another question we have for you, though, this morning is about the layoffs that we're seeing. We obviously saw the ones with Twitter. Those are the questions about what that management was looking like. We're also now seeing them with Meta, the parent company of Facebook, as well.
Huge layoffs at Meta. I mean, 11,000 people, 13% of that company. And why it's a big deal is because it's not just Meta in a vacuum. It's Meta, it's Twitter, it's Snapchat, it's Stripe. It's so many big tech companies that this is actually reminiscent to me of the dot-com bubble 20 years ago. Yeah. What this represents for the economy could have major implications for how we think about potentially moving into a recession. Meta for so long represented the most optimistic view of capitalism in the U.S. And to see a company that hasn't stopped growing for the past decade fall like this, it should send shivers not just down the spines of people in Silicon Valley, but really across the business in the United States.
Do you foresee regulations coming?
Of course. I mean, we know that regulators are particularly looking at Meta and Google in terms of antitrust. But the challenge is always that in order to get things done, Congress really needs to come together. And we have not seen Congress been able to move on things, even when there's bipartisan support, things like a national privacy law.
Yeah. We have Senator Klobuchar later. This has been like her thing for a long time. So we'll see. Sarah Fisher, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll definitely be asking her about that. All right. 64 votes. That is all that separates one House race in Colorado. It is going to be a figure that you know very well, Lauren Boebert. We're breaking down all the races, including hers, that are right now this morning, as of 6:57 a.m., still too close to call.
On the nose.
For the record.
With 22 seconds, 6:57, 22.
Also, the time on my iPad is so tiny.
Good morning, everyone. Not to worry. Poppy's here.
We didn't get rid of her yet.
She's just not sitting here. She's going to be along in just a second. It is Thursday. There she is. It is Thursday. It's November 10th. Welcome, everyone, to CNN This Morning. And we've got a lot to get to this morning. 2 days out from the election, and control of Congress still up in the air, with races in 3 states too close to call right now. Republicans are 2 seats short of taking back the Senate. A runoff election in Georgia next month could ultimately decide the control of the chamber. And in the House, Republicans have secured 209 seats, 9 short of that magic number, 218, that's needed for control.
That means that the red wave most Republicans had been banking on turned out to really be more of a ripple. It was a very rough night for election deniers as well, something that left President Biden re-energized as he came out in front of the press yesterday.
It was a good day, I think, for democracy. And I think it was a good day for America. Here's what we do know. While the press and the pundits are predicting a giant red wave, it didn't happen.
All right, but we are still waiting to see what happens in some of these really close races. We've got Poppy at the Magic Wall this morning to tell us what is happening.
Don't worry, I'm not touching the Magic Wall. I don't know how to use the Magic Wall, but we have Magic Berman, who is. You've been so great at helping us understand it. Let's start in the Senate. What are we looking at?
I do require being called Magic Berman from now on, by the way.
That's your nickname.
All right, here's the situation. There are 3 Senate races that are still uncalled at this point. We know Georgia's going to a runoff, so the 2 that we're focused on are Nevada and Arizona. And things changed a little bit overnight in these 2 contests. First, in Nevada, you can see Adam Laxalt, who's trying to unseat the Democratic incumbent Catherine Cortez Masto. His lead is smaller this morning than it was when you went to bed last night. Why? They counted some more mail vote in Clark County right here and in Washoe County right here, and that closed that lead down to 15,000. There's about 110,000 mail votes left to count. Possible in the state overall.
Okay.
And if the margins for those are what we saw last night, Catherine Cortez Masto could potentially take the lead. Arizona now, I want to spend some time here. This changed overnight. Mark Kelly, the incumbent, leads by 95,000, which is a greater lead than it was last night. If you went to sleep yesterday, this is what you saw. You saw Mark Kelly ahead by 89,000, but then there were votes released overnight from Maricopa County and Pima County down here. His lead grew to 95,000. Now, I'm going to tell you this, you're going to have to take my word for it. There's about 560,000 at least, 560,000 votes at least left to count, largely from Maricopa County here and Pima County down here. Now, what these votes look like, we're not sure. 2 years ago, that vote, that batch, was a little more Republican. So Blake Masters has a chance here to close this gap and maybe overtake it. I did some math. If he manages to win 60% of the remaining vote, if, it's a tall order, but not impossible, that would net him a total of 112,000 votes. Okay, which is more than 95,000. So his target's actually right around 58%. It's a high bar, not impossible. So this race, not over. And just to remind people, if Democrats take both these seats, then the runoff in Georgia won't matter in terms of determining control. Likewise for Republicans. If one party can win either of these seats, then Georgia doesn't matter for control.
I think also a question about Masters is, does he get all the traditional Republican votes a different Republican candidate would get? That's a big question, but let's move on to the House. And 64 votes as a difference here in one of the races.
All right. That race you are talking about is Colorado's 3rd congressional district, where Lauren Boebert, the controversial election-denying conservative, she's trailing by 64 votes. This race is tied. You know, we don't know everything we'd like to know about where the votes remain at this point. We do know one place, which is Pueblo County. Our friend Brianna Keeler was on the phone with them overnight and was told there's at least 2,000 votes remaining to be counted from Pueblo County. And you will see that Adam Frisch, the Democrat, leads here. So this is skewing a little bit Democratic. In the last presidential election, this was a D plus about 2 district. So maybe he can expand that narrow lead.
But wasn't this not even supposed to be close like this for him?
It wasn't even on our list of competitive races. This is one of those races outside the scope here.
Yeah.
but she's very controversial. He ran a very tight race, tough race. He's a conservative Democrat, and he's done well in this district. We just need to get a better sense of where the votes are left in this country. I can show you one thing. So 95% reporting overall. If I take this down to, that shows 90%. The only counties that don't have 90% reporting, we think, are Pueblo, which I just showed you, in this county right here, Otero County, which is a Republican county, but you can see there aren't many votes there. We just don't know.
Yeah. It's a special skill that I don't have. So we're glad we have you, Magic Berman.
Thank you very much.
Do you like
Magic.
it?
But can I apologize to Caitlin also, by the way? I said bad things about Alabama, the football team. That
See?
wasn't my intention.
You were way too rough on her. We could talk about the Vikings
triggered me.
7-1 if you want to.
Good. Patriots play them. She triggered me by the Patriots comments, but I like Alabama.
Join the club. I've been cranky. We've worked for 7 straight hours. We're cranky and, you know.
Yeah, but Berman knows, like, it's personal when Berman talks about Alabama football because he knows how deeply emotionally invested in it I am. So I take it more personally.
Don't do it again to my girl.
I didn't even
We're
mean
coming
it. That's
after
the
you.
thing. It's just a trigger response when you say anything about the Patriots. I just
fine.
came back with it. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm burning my sweater. It's fine.
Thank you. Thank you, Magic Berman. Thank you very much. Next hour, we're going to talk to the head of the Arizona County about when we can expect the next results from that county, from Maricopa County, which is what we were chatting about. Don.
I hate it when mommy and daddy fight, but we'll move on. President Joe Biden cautiously optimistic at a post-midterm news conference, even though the balance of power in the House and Senate still undecided at this point. MJ Lee joins us this morning from the White House. Good morning to you. What is the president saying and the folks around him?
Well, Dawn, as you know, a number of President Biden's predecessors, after their very first midterms, have had to the next day show real humility and promise a dramatic course correction for the country. This is clearly not the position that the president found himself in yesterday, as he offered a roadmap for the next 2 years and also fielded some questions about his own political future.
My intention is that I run again. But I'm a great respecter of fate, and this is ultimately a family decision.
President Biden looking ahead to a possible re-election bid in 2024 after better than expected results for Democrats in Tuesday's midterm elections.
It was a good day, I think, for democracy.
Biden taking a victory lap during a rare press conference on Wednesday.
While the press and the pundits are predicting a giant red wave, it didn't happen. Democrats had a strong night, and we lost fewer seats in the House of Representatives than any Democratic president's first midterm election in the last 40 years.
The president touting his administration's accomplishments during its first 2 years, but also conceding that many Americans are still worried about the economy.
The voters were also clear that they are still frustrated. I get it. I understand it's been a really tough few years in this country for so many people.
Biden vowing he will not change course on his agenda, and also saying if Republicans do take control of Congress, he plans to hold firm on a number of issues.
Under no circumstances will I support the proposal put forward by Senator Johnson and the senator from down in Florida to cut or make fundamental changes in Social Security and Medicare. That's not on the table. I will not do that. I will veto any attempt to pass a national ban on abortion.
With the balance of power still uncertain in both the House and the Senate, Biden speaking by phone Wednesday evening with House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, who is hoping to be the next speaker. The White House saying it is prepared for possible investigations into Biden's administration and his family, and even ready for impeachment efforts.
I think the American people will look at all of that for what it is. It's just almost comedy. I mean, it's, but, you know, look, I can't control what they're going to do.
I think one reason why Republicans faded at the end of this campaign is they stopped talking about what they could do for families and started talking about what they were going to do to the president's family.
Now, after this huge week for President Biden on the domestic front, tonight he travels abroad in part to attend the G20 summit in Indonesia. And he said yesterday that foreign leaders are often asking him, Joe, when are things going to get back to normal in the United States? He said that's part of the reason that if Donald Trump does decide to run again, he wants to make sure that he isn't reelected president one more time. Don?
MJ Lee, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
As Trump is facing unusual blame from many in his party after the midterms, his former vice president, Mike Pence, is using it as a I told you so moment. The Wall Street Journal has just published an excerpt from Pence's forthcoming book detailing his final days with Trump and what happened behind the scenes on January 6th. 5 days after the attack, when Trump had essentially called Pence a coward, though it was more explicit than that, Pence says that Trump asked him how he was doing. Pence reminded him he was with his family when he was inside the Capitol as it was being attacked. Trump acted as if he had just learned about that, asking Pence if he had been, quote, scared. Pence responded, no, not scared, angry. Of course, remember, Trump never called Pence that day to check on him. An aide later testified Trump had actually approved of those Hang Mike Pence chants. Pence writes in his new book, quote, President Trump retweeted an obscure article titled Operation Pence Card. It alluded to the theory that if all else failed, I could alter the outcome of the election on January 6th. I showed it to my wife, Karen, and rolled my eyes. Keep in mind, on New Year's Day, Trump called Pence about a lawsuit that had been filed by Texas Congressman Louis Gohmert aimed at forcing Pence to help overturn the election. Pence says that Trump told him, quote, I don't want to see Pence opposes Gohmert suit as a headline this morning. But Pence says he told Trump he did oppose it. Trump responded, quote, you're too honest. Hundreds of thousands are going to hate your guts. People are going to think you're stupid. Pence goes on to write that he challenged Trump's attorney, John Eastman, 2 days before January 6 actually happened, saying Eastman didn't even believe his own advice he was giving Trump. Pence writes, quote, I turned to the president and said, Mr. President, did you hear that? Even your own lawyer doesn't think I have the authority to return electoral votes. Then, on the eve of the insurrection, Pence says, quote, I had a feeling January 6, 2021 was going to be a very long day. Of course, we all know what happened next. Pence was rushed to safety as rioters broke in, looking for him personally. Pence told his Secret Service agents at the time, quote, I'm not leaving. I'm not giving those people the sight of a 16-car motorcade speeding away from the Capitol. Pence writes, quote, I heard footsteps and angry chanting. Making our way to the basement of the Capitol took a few extra minutes because I insisted that we walk, not run. As they were hiding from the rioters, an assistant to Pence showed him what Trump had tweeted right in the middle of that attack. Trump said, quote, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done. Pence writes he ignored the tweet and got back to work. 8 days later, Pence says he stopped by the Oval Office and that the night before, Trump had, quote, unequivocally denounced the violence at the Capitol. Pence congratulated him on his address, and Trump said, I knew you'd like it. Pence writes that he seemed discouraged, so I reminded him that I was praying for him. Trump's response, don't bother. Pence's book comes out on Tuesday. That's the same day Trump has promised to make an announcement at Mar-a-Lago teasing a presidential run. Pence is also scheduled to participate in a CNN town hall on Wednesday. So joining us now, who better to discuss, Georgia Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan. David Urban, you had a fascinating quote yesterday that I want to read about what happened. You said, talking about the Republican anger effort on Tuesday, you said, quote, it's clear the center of gravity of the Republican Party is in the state of Florida, and I don't mean Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's the elephant in the room, right? Ron DeSantis crushes in the state of Florida, builds an incredible coalition that can be, you know, if he could replicate it nationwide, would be very formidable. And so I think, you know, if you're a Republican in America today and you're looking at having a Lincoln Day dinner and you're looking for a speaker, it's not going to be Donald Trump. You're going to want Ron DeSantis to come. And so my point is, you know, it's shifted to Tallahassee from Mar-a-Lago. Ron DeSantis is the future, as the New York Post said so eloquently.
Future?
Yeah, the future. Well, I mean, that's, you know, it's the prognostication.
But let me ask you, you're saying Ron DeSantis, and, you know, Caitlin just said this whole thing on the book. Why isn't it Mike Pence? Is it?
Yeah, so I think, look, I like the vice president. He's an incredibly, you know, he's a good man, nice man, honorable man. That day he stood in the breach and kind of.
So you're saying there's
democracy.
A chance?
Yeah, exactly. Like just the movie. There's always a chance. Look, I mean, that's the beautiful part about elections. Like, right, democracy was on the ballot this time, and the democracy won. We had a huge election, tons of people voting. You know, Democrats are very concerned about, you know, all these the myriad of bad things could happen, and they didn't. And that's the great part. You know,
Well, my point is, we did the whole thing. Mike Pence has a book coming out, right? He's doing the thing here on CNN, but then you pivot it right to Ron DeSantis. No one is talking about.
Well, listen, there's obviously going to be a lot of people running, right, for president. And as we saw last time, there's a giant field, 16, 17 people. No one thought Donald Trump was going to be the nominee when that started out, right? And that's why they have this process, right? Lieutenant Governor could tell you, when he ran, I'm sure there were a lot of people. He may have been the favorite, may not have been the favorite, but at the end, that's why you have elections.
I thought your interview, I was telling Caitlin this earlier with Caitlin yesterday, was really the interview of the day yesterday. I think what you said was so important for America to hear, for many Republicans to hear, and you talked about not maybe a pivot, but a definite turn and pivot. And I just wonder if a Mike Pence is enough of a pivot for the party, right? Yes, he's writing this now and saying this now, and yes, he did and stood up for the Constitution on that day. It's critically important. But he also stood by the president's side and didn't say things through so many moments during the presidency.
Yeah, there's no way to deny Donald Trump got fired Tuesday night. And the search committee has brought a few names to the top of the list, and Ron DeSantis is one of them. I think Ron DeSantis is being rewarded for a new thought process with Republicans and that solid leadership. Right, we watched that play out in Georgia. Brian Kemp beat the brakes off Stacey Abrams, because he really got to put leadership on display through a pandemic and economic upheaval and whatnot. And in Georgia, I think we're going to watch this play out over the next 4 weeks. My advice, if anybody in the Herschel Walker team wanted to listen, would be to make 3 successful phone calls. One is to tell Donald Trump to stay out of Georgia for 4 weeks. He's toxic and he would do nothing to help the ticket. Secondly, I would pick up the phone and call Brian Kemp and ask him for his help and apologize for not endorsing him during the primary against David Perdue. And third, I call Ron DeSantis and ask him to come to Georgia as often as he possibly can the next 4 weeks. That would be a winning recipe for Herschel Walker.
Mike Pence wasn't in any of those.
Governor, right? He's smart.
Mike Pence wasn't in any of those 3 recommendations.
Yeah, I think, look, this is just my opinion. I think Mike Pence has got a difficult, hold a thread because he's got to have to explain the 4 years of being alongside Donald Trump, right? And there's a process there that is an angry and vile process that we're having to move past. I think Republicans are now in a window of opportunity where if we don't actually get stuff done, if we just complain about stuff, right? If we just complain about immigration, if we just complain about health care, if we just complain about all of these issues, but don't actually do something, then we've got problems, right? Then 2024 becomes blurred and it doesn't become an easy target. The first 100 days of our Congress, if it's a Donald Trump, wish list, we got problems. But if we go to work for the actual average American that's going to be worried about getting laid off in the next 2 hours, then I think we got a chance to really move the needle.
To Poppy's point and to your point, Brian Kemp stood up to Donald Trump and said, look, the election was not stolen, right? He stood up to Donald Trump. Mike Pence did not do that. He did stand up for the Constitution, but he's going to have a lot to answer to when it comes to what happened with Donald Trump and why he didn't stand up.
There's this, I don't know what's the right term for it, maybe a Trump drag factor. Right? Everybody who's tightly associated with Donald Trump, and we watched it play out all over the country in these races. Certainly watched it play out in Georgia. I mean, the drag factor is tangible. It was, 8 or 9 points between Brian Kemp and Herschel Walker, and we've seen it play out all over the country. The Trump drag factor is real, and it's only getting worse.
And can I just say quickly, because I just double-checked myself, Pence backed Kemp while Trump was backing Perdue in that race. Pence was behind Kemp at the time. David, though, when you talk to other Republicans, I think the question is, we, the royal we, always talk about Trump when something happens as if it's over, his grip on the power is completely gone, his grip on the party. That's not true, clearly, if you watch the primaries. He's got the voters. So is it just bad headlines that Trump will survive ultimately?
I mean, I don't know. This hits a little different than the past, right? And people are saying, well, why not on January 6th? I can't tell you. It's like, it is until it isn't, right? That's this president, how he's operated. And this just feels different. People they don't like losing. Ben Shapiro is out, on social media saying, look, we got to reevaluate. Candace Owens, right? These are Trump
Look at the
loyalists,
Can we
right?
pull up the Wall Street Journal?
Incredible. Wall Street Journal,
well, the New York
biggest
Post
loser,
is one
right?
thing, but to see the Wall Street Journal editorial board write the Republican Party's biggest loser, I think is right.
It is important, but you know what? There are so many people back in Pennsylvania and Florida and Kentucky and Iowa that are ride or die Trumpers, right? And they're not going to leave this guy. And listen, President Trump has a loyal base of probably right around 30% in the Republican Party that aren't going anywhere until maybe somebody else gives them an alternative or an option. And literally nobody stepped up yet. So President Trump's going to announce this next coming week. This Governor DeSantis has announced. Vice President Pence hasn't announced. So there is nobody else in the mix as of yet.
You mentioned two of the extremists in the party. You're talking about Ben Shapiro and what's her name,
Candace
Owens, right? But those aren't the people who are deciding elections right now.
No, but those
they may be the loudest voices and the MAGA folks, right? But they're not necessarily the folks who are going to the polls and deciding.
No, but and to your point, Don, friends of mine back in Western Pennsylvania, right? Good friends of mine. They're ride or die Trumpers. I keep sending them information. I say, look, here's what's happened. David, do you really believe the president lost? I said, yeah, he lost. And I'd like him to win. I wish the guy would have won in 2020. But let me explain to you how he lost. And they're like, no, you're wrong. And even this past, on election day, they're giving me anecdotes about people being sent extra ballots and look how bad things are. And I'm like, those are just anecdotal. And I run them down and fact check them and try to help them. But you can't persuade them. They're not persuadable.
You think he'll announce?
Yeah, I think former president's going to run for a variety of reasons, right?
You think he should run?
Look, it's America. Everyone gets a chance to run, right?
That's not an answer. That's
I see a lot of Republicans getting in. We'll wait to see that. Jeff Duncan, David Urban, as always.
Thanks for having me. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Let's talk about the Nevada Senate and governor's races. Still too close to call. Thousands of mail-in ballots came in overnight, so we have a ways to go. We will have a live report from Clark County from the Election Center next.
Plus, here's what we're watching. It's Tropical Storm Nicole. It's down in Florida as the state braces for high winds and flooding. So this morning, the Nevada Senate race is still too close to call. Democratic Senator Catherine Cortez Masto is facing a strong challenge from Republican Adam Laxalt, which could tilt the balance of power in the chamber. CNN's Rosa Flores live for us in Las Vegas for CNN this morning. Good morning, and what's the very latest on the ground?
Don, good morning. The headline here overnight is that the tight U.S. Senate race here in the state of Nevada just got tighter. Republican Adam Laxalt was ahead by 2.7%. Now that is 2.44% against his opponent, Democratic incumbent Catherine Cortez Masto. All this as we learned that there are tens of thousands of ballots that haven't been processed. They're not part of the results yet. Just here in Clark County, where I am, the most populous county, home to Vegas. Don, I want to break down where these ballots are exactly and where they came from so that we can get an idea of what we're talking about here. This is according to the Clark County Registrar. He says that 12,700 mail ballots were picked up by the USPS at USPS on Wednesday alone. Those are beginning to be processed. There were 300 drop boxes on Election Day that were only picked up. They were not counted. They were only secured by police. They're working on those as well, Dawn. And then you have 5,396 ballots that need to be cured. Voters have until Monday to do that. And then there are 5,555 provisional ballots that, of course, voters have to figure out the registration. That has to be settled out. So when there is a race with a margin that is this razor thin, Don, you and I know that every single vote counts, and it's not just the U.S. Senate race here in the state of Nevada, it's also the governor's race. Right. So we're going to be here, we're going to follow everything to make sure that all of those votes are counted.
I know you will. Rosa Flores, thank you very much.
Bringing the energy at 4:26 in the morning out there, Rosa. The governor's race in Arizona is also still too close to call. Democrat Katie Hobbs leads Republican candidate Kari Lake by just 13,000 votes this morning, but a quarter of all ballots still have not been tallied. Let's talk about this with National Political Enterprise reporter for the Washington Post, Ruby Kramer, who's not only been on the campaign trail with Kari Lake, interviewed her a number of times, but also wrote, I think, hands down, the best, most insightful, eye-opening profile of her. Agreed. It was fantastic. Yeah. Caitlin and I were talking a lot about it.
High praise.
So, okay, you've been in touch with Kari Lake's campaign since Tuesday. What are they saying?
A little bit. Tuesday night, radio silence. I think the margin was so wide that I think people in the room, at least at the election night party where they were supposed to be celebrating this big red wave blowout victory, were feeling a little spooked. By Wednesday or by late Tuesday, something seems to have shifted. The word that I got back inside her campaign was they feel amazing. And it was sort of back to that very brash, very confident posture that we've come to know from Kari Lake basically at all points. Yeah.
One thing, of course, that we've all been talking about here is what the results are going to actually look like, but also the questions of whether or not she's going to dispute them. She's already been raising some unfounded concerns so far about it. What is your sense, given how closely you followed her around, her husband around, you know the way they tick based on this reporting, what do you think could happen there?
I think one important thing to understand about Kari Lake, and it's something we've seen from the moment she got in this race last summer, more than a year ago, is that election denialism is fundamental to the campaign apparatus that she has built. And it's fundamental in an operational sense and in what she talks about on the campaign. It's also fundamental stylistically. So it's sort of the linchpin or the vehicle in which she's able to express loyalty to Donald Trump. It is the vehicle through which she's able to stage a lot of these confrontations she has with the press. And as you know, she picks fights with reporters at every opportunity and then videotapes them, puts them online, and gins up this huge online following on social media. So it's also the vehicle for her to create online support. So I think it's worth asking, does Kari Lake, the campaign, the candidate, exist without this kind of fundamental election denialism thing? It was sort of there from the beginning. So that's on my mind as now we wait to see what happens in this race. If she loses, does she concede? I think Republicans in the state don't know her to be a kind of candidate who would do that. If she wins, I think back to her Republican primary election this summer where she won that race. It took a while, but she did eventually win. And when she came out in front of cameras the next day to announce her victory, she said, "We won because we outvoted the fraud." So it's always been a part of her story, and I think it will sort of be there no matter what.
Does she exist without the invention of enemies? She invents enemies. She looks for moments. It's about a spectacle and stunts. And so without that, does she exist? And she's managed to co-opt the people of Arizona into believing, I think, something that she's actually not, right? You know, it's invented, right? It's an act.
It's very well-executed performance art.
Right.
And I think the question of whether or not she genuinely...
You're so smart. You are exactly right. Go on.
Whether or not she actually believes it. And a lot of Republicans have looked at this race from the beginning as she sort of emerged and took on a very well-funded primary opponent, won that race when nobody thought she could. One question they were asking was, is this genuine? Does she really believe all this stuff? Does she really think all reporters are part of a corrupt, immoral system? I think no matter what, that question is irrelevant because whether or not she believes it, that is how she will govern.
It's working,
and I think it's a lesson that she learned from President Trump, right? A former pro-choice Democrat who sort of remade himself in the image of a conservative icon.
Yeah. Ruby Kramer,
yeah,
fantastic reporting. We'll have you back on to talk about Kari Lake
Ruby.
as well. Meanwhile, Hurricane Nicole has been downgraded now to a tropical storm. Florida is still bracing, though. More flooding, more tornadoes. We have a live report from Florida. That's next. Strong winds and surging waves along Florida's east coast as Hurricane Nicole made landfall overnight. The system has now weakened to a tropical storm, but of course we were still seeing the effects of it. So we have CNN's Layla Santiago live in the Indian Atlantic, Florida for CNN this morning. Layla, what conditions are you seeing? Clearly we can see that you're standing in a lot of wind, but what are you actually seeing on the ground?
Well, since we last spoke, Caitlin, we've moved further south. So let me show you what I'm seeing right now. I'll take you straight to those traffic lights so that you can see power is out and that wind is still moving the traffic lights, moving the trees. So wind gusts still very powerful. It's still moving street signs. And I want to show you right behind me, you can see that this is closed off. That would be because that's a down power line, which is what officials will definitely be working today as they do the damage assessment. So let's take a walk. Let's go see what the beach looks like here in Indian Atlantic. You can see that water still remains pretty aggressive coming in, still pounding the beach area here. And listen, you know, something that's interesting to note is the timing here on two fronts. One, the hour. We're coming up on it is 7:30, and in about an hour, you're going to see high tide, which officials tell me is a major concern right now because while storm surge may be down, water levels remain high, and we could actually see pretty high levels with high tide coming in. So the idea that this is over by any means is far from the case right now. And again, I cannot let this go without pointing out that we are just 6 weeks out of Hurricane Ian. So this coastline is going to be very different, given that they were vulnerable because of coastal erosion after Hurricane Ian, and then now Nicole continues to pound the area, Caitlin.
Yeah, so many of the dunes had already been wiped out by the damage from that storm. Layla, what about Brevard County officials? What are they saying that they're watching and is really their biggest concern this morning?
Right, so I talked to them since the last time we spoke, so just in the last 10, 15 minutes. Their big concern right now is making sure that everyone stays home, not having people come out and about, because this is not over yet. We're still seeing the impacts of as I mentioned, beach erosion. Just further north, Volusia County deemed dozens of buildings unsafe, directly correlated to that beach erosion. Structures teetering right on the edge. We're seeing impacts with the airports, flights, more than 1,200 flights canceled because of Tropical Storm Nicole this morning. So officials in Brevard County and throughout Florida making a big deal about this being far from over. Take a look. You can see the water coming in where we are right now. That's the first time we've seen it this morning anyway, since we've been here, come up to this area. So again, making the point that those wind gusts remain. The water levels we expect to really come up over the next hour, with high tide being right around 8:30 in this area.
Yeah, Layla Santiago, I know you're watching it closely. Please be careful in this next hour as that high tide is coming in.
You bet.
All right, ahead for us. We've talked a lot about the future of the Republican Party this morning, right, after the surprising midterm results. But what about the future of the Democratic Party? Is the party more liberal? Is the center a little more left than we thought? We'll talk about it ahead.
So Democrats outperformed expectations all across the country, and some key results suggest Tuesday was a good night for progressives in particular. Turn now to our senior data reporter, Harry Data Inton, who is at the battleground desk for us. Good morning to you, Harry.
Morning.
So where do progressives score these wins?
I mean, across the country, but we'll zoom in on a few races to start off with. Let's start off in Pennsylvania, right? The Senate race there. John Fetterman easily defeating Mehmet Oz, who went after Fetterman over his record on crime. Remember, Fetterman's someone who ran as a progressive in the 2016 Democratic senatorial primary in Pennsylvania, wasn't successful, got through the primary this time around. And look at that margin, nearly a 4-point margin. That may go over 4 points once we get all the votes in, a clear win there. Let's also stick in the state of Pennsylvania. We'll go to a congressional race right around the Pittsburgh area. And what do we see there? We see Summerlee, who there was a lot of last-minute doubts. Ooh, you know, this is a very Democratic district. Could she hold on? She was the progressive, won a tight primary race. But look at that result. A clear win there, a double-digit win. It turns out all that last-minute bedwetting didn't really affect things. She won easily. We'll go down to Texas now, right? Now, this is a district right around Austin, and it's a very progressive district. But it's also about replacing folks who, you know, getting more progressives in these very liberal areas to start off with. And Greg Hazard, look at that margin. 45 points, easy win there. And so this is also about filling these Democratic districts with more progressive members, like we saw in New York with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, replacing a more moderate member. But it was, forget the candidates for a second. Let's also talk about ballot measures, right? Abortion was on the ballot throughout the country in a number of different states. We'll go to Kentucky. No was the no constitutional right to an abortion, so no was the pro-abortion right side. In Kentucky, such a red state, and look at that. The pro-abortion right side winning by nearly 5 percentage points. So even in a state like Kentucky, if abortion rights is winning there, then you know the country is really on the side of abortion rights. And finally, I want to take a look at our exit poll, because we had an interesting question there about immigration, right? Republicans have been running on immigration, a hard line on immigration. And we asked in our exit poll, immigrants today to the U.S., do they do more to help or hurt the country? Well, according to our exit poll, the majority of Americans said they do more to help the country than hurt the country, which I think gives you an indication, at least on two important issues, immigration and abortion. Maybe folks are a little bit more liberal than we give them credit for. Don?
Interesting, very interesting. Thank you, Harry. Appreciate it. So joining us now with more on the Democrats, what happens, Indian political commentators, Bakari Sellers and Paul Begala. Good evening. I mean, good morning.
Good morning,
whatever. Good evening. 7 straight hours on me. I need more sleep, as you know. I'm so glad you guys are here. Can we move this forward? The election is behind us. The results are still many results are still ahead of us. But can we move this forward? Because it doesn't feel, well, it does almost feel like a second-term pivot for this president, even though it is a midterm, right? And I think he can learn from what happened with Bill Clinton. Seeing President Biden speaking to reporters yesterday and saying, hey, look, I want to work with everybody. This isn't as bad as it. So what happened? Now what? Now what?
Well, now he has to. We still don't know. This is what's amazing, whether the House or the Senate is going to be in his party or the opposite, or if the two will split. That's kind of amazing. And in that sense, it's a win for the Democrats, right? And we talked about this before. Every single midterm this century, we have flipped either the House or the Senate or both. This is a time of great churn. And they're not churning. In other words, what Biden does have things on the right track. He said that yesterday. I think he surprised Zeke Miller when Zeke asked him that question. So he said, yes, I like what I've been doing. And I think Democrats responded to that. So you're doggone right. And the thing is, Harry's right, a lot of progressives won. A lot of moderate Democrats won, too. Right? Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey and Josh Gottheimer in New Jersey, Abigail Spanberger, Henry Cuellar, Colin Allred. A lot of good moderates won, too. This is something I don't often say. The Democrats are united. I'm not used to that. You'd much rather go to Thanksgiving dinner at your Democratic uncle's house than at your Republican aunt's house. You know,
is it an inflection
much more
point?
united
But
party.
I have to push back on a lot of people who say, well, now how is he going to govern with a Republican majority in the House and then, a evenly divided Senate? And I say, well, you forget that all of his major accomplishments, you had COVID relief, you had infrastructure, you had the Inflation Reduction Act. Those were all bipartisan. Right. So this
and
is
the gun bill. He even got Republicans.
This is not something new to him. This does not mean that government is going to slog to some type of halt, because this president has actually said some things that many of us look side-eyed at him about. The first was that Republicans were going to break their MAGA fever. And everybody was like, man, these Republicans out their mind. They crazy. This ain't going to happen. And what are they doing now? Talking about divorcing Donald Trump. He said that he could get Congress and D.C. back to bipartisanship. And all of his major accomplishments have been bipartisan. And so, when asked, what is he going to change? I think the correct answer is nothing, because the country responded to him in a way that they haven't responded to any president in history.
That's a weird thing. All of the, criticism that the president got, is he too old? Is he trying too hard with this bipartisanship? He's, this was a Senate and a Congress that years ago that he worked with, and it's not the same anymore, but he's getting stuff done.
And I think we have to, and Democrats around the country, and one of the things that's fascinating is you have someone who's 80 years old, and what he was able to do yesterday with young voters. We haven't really specifically dug into the numbers yet because votes are still coming in. But what we do know is that voters between the ages of 18 and 35 came out in extraordinary numbers. And what they did not come out for was Donald Trump's Republican Party.
Well, and look at two steps that President Biden took recently, which came to student loans and marijuana usage, and the big steps coming from the White House. Those were two things that were aimed at appealing to young voters from the White House. There's a reason they did them right before the midterms. When he got asked about running in 2024, I feel like the calculus changed overnight, even from what we were hearing from Democrats. He still was not ready to go out there and say he's running. What'd you make of that response?
I thought it was a tiny crack in the door, but he's running, I think. Yeah. He hasn't talked to me about it, but I think he's running. But you got to leave a tiny crack in case he changes his mind or things change or the family's not into it. I noticed the First Lady was sitting at that press conference.
Yeah.
Right? And he looked over at her. We're going to go away and have a family meeting. But why wouldn't he? I know he's old and a lot of people are tired of it, blah, blah. But he has done more in 2 years than a guy half his age could do in 4. And so, as like the kids say in sports, scoreboard, look what he's done.
That's a good question, though. Why wouldn't he?
Right.
Why wouldn't he?
Why would you have to ask somebody else? I mean, I think he's doing a great job. I'm a kind of a Biden guy. I like what he's doing. We have seen a lot of emerging new stars in the Democratic Party in this election.
The question, why wouldn't he, is because of the toil of the campaign. Yeah. And we have to remember that in 2020, Joe Biden won an abbreviated campaign because of COVID. And so he wasn't in every diner in Iowa. He didn't have to go to every SEC Tuesday state. I mean, the campaign is a monster in itself. And the question, I'm not saying that he can't do it. The question he has to answer is, does he want to go through that and go through, primary debates? Because he's going to be primary. That's a fact. We're new age Democrats. Now, I'm going to support him in that primary, but he's going to be.
He's going to get primaried?
Of course.
By a serious
who?
candidate?
Did Hillary Clinton get primaried?
Hillary
But she
won
wasn't
an
an
incumbent.
incumbent.
It doesn't even matter if the candidate is serious or not.
But Barack
There's
Obama
going
didn't
to be
get primary.
somebody.
Bill Clinton didn't get primary.
There's going to be somebody. There's going to be somebody. This is not Bill Clinton or Barack Obama's Democratic Party anymore. I wish it was. There are a lot of us who are going to support Joe Biden. Let's be extremely
But who
clear.
would primary him?
I feel firm in the belief that he'll get primaried from the left. There'll be somebody from the left who says that he did not.
Maybe a more progressive.
Maybe a more progressive. And the problem is you have to deal with that. You have to deal with that in a Democratic primary. You have to run the race. You have to do the debates. And that takes a toll on you, to bring up my larger thing.
How significant, Paul, do you think it is that independents broke for Democrats in a midterm like this, defying history?
Change election. It can't happen.
I don't
It's
think
like
people are
defying
talking
political physics.
about that enough and how incredible it is.
It's unbelievable. There's only two messages in politics, ever, just like in life. Stay the course or time for a change. That's kind of it. That's it. This is a third option. It's like, enough. Enough with, as we Catholics say, enough with the mishigas, right? Enough with the craziness. You know, and I think for the first time ever, we're seeing a brake pedal against a party that's out of power. Now, Justice Alito had a lot to do with that because he does have power. The Supreme Court did take away a woman's right to choose. But otherwise, they're just looking at potential abuse and saying, whoa, whoa, stop, enough. That's a really amazing thing. I've never seen that before.
Yeah.
Paul says he's seeing a united Democratic Party for the first time in a while. I'm wondering, are Democrats feeling like, walking a little taller and a little prouder since what happened?
One of the things that we're beginning to do is share our story. I mean, like, people ask the question, what are some of the highlights that you saw from Tuesday night? I mean, while, news stations around the country are gloating over what Ron DeSantis did in Florida, I'm like, wait, whoa. Did you see Big Gretch in Michigan? They flipped both the House and the Senate. She won a resounding race against an election denier. I mean, Gretchen Whitmer is a superstar, and she won a swing state. So let's actually talk about her with the same energy that we put behind Ron DeSantis. Look at Kamala Harris. She went around the country for the last 3 months in places that were extremely tight, and we pulled out those races. I mean, we have young people who are doing great things. Jevin Hodge in Arizona running a very close race right now. We have. And then I have to give a shout out to my guy this morning, Wes Moore.
Wes Moore.
Wes Moore. I mean, Wes
knew
Moore
that's where you were going.
I mean, Wes Moore is just my guy. I mean,
did you see Wes Moore get up on the stage and he gave that little like?
Listen, as the kids say, Paul, you're a little closer to the kids than I am. But he is him, right?
Yeah.
He is him.
Yeah.
He is a superstar. Right. He's somebody who's going to govern very well in Maryland. And so we had a good night. And yes, we're walking taller because the country responded to our message.
The president needs to know that if he decides to retire, he's got a lot of rising stars. By the way, Josh Shapiro, Maura Healey, you mentioned Governor Whitmer, Governor-elect Moore. These are really impressive people coming up, not just the 17 who ran against him last time.
But let me just say this for the Twitter, Biden 2024.
There you go.
All right,
you and me, brother.
Bakari, thank you. Paul, thank you very much.
Thank you both.
This morning, the races in Arizona, still too close to call. We're going to speak live with the election official in Maricopa County on the status of 400,000 ballots.
And he beat the Democrat in charge of getting other Democrats elected, something that has not happened in 40 years. We will talk to New York's newly elected Congressman, Republican Mike Lawler. He'll tell us how he did it.
He came back? Hello and good morning, everyone. Look how much energy we have on this Thursday, November 10th. Excited to be here?
So excited.
Fueled by the magic wall.
Hurry up and wait. That is what's happening right now. That is the post-election theme for the 2020 midterms. A balance of power remains undecided in the Senate, with votes still being counted in Nevada and Arizona, and Georgia is preparing for a runoff.
That's right. The House is also up in the air still this morning. Republicans need 9 more seats to take control, but the red wave they were hoping for was more like a ripple. But not here in New York. This is fascinating. We're going to speak coming up this hour with a Republican who managed to knock off a Democratic campaign chief, the DCCC chief, in a deep blue state.
And President Biden weighing in on it all, coming out not the way they expected yesterday to face the press after the midterm elections. He says he's ready to compromise with Republicans, but he is highlighting he still has that veto pen.
In this election season, the American people made it clear. They don't want every day going forward to be a constant political battle.
So where do Republicans and Democrats come together after that election? We will ask Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar when she joins us live. But first, we're going to go to Don and John Berman at the Magic Wall.
All right, so let's bring in our John Berman now for a closer look at these races. All still undecided, a lot of them. Hello to you, sir.
Yeah, I bring you magic math and bad handwriting this morning, Don. Look, this is where things stand in the House in the races that we've called. 209 for the Republicans, 191 for the Democrats. There are, I'm going to write in small letters, there are 35 races that remain uncalled. Of these, Republicans would need to win 9 and Democrats would need to win 27 if they wanted to take control. And the question you're getting from a lot of Democrats this morning is there a chance? Is there a chance that Democrats could do this? Well, look at the uncalled races, okay? Democrats actually lead in 24 of them. Republicans lead in 11. So Republicans have what they need. But if you're a Democrat, you're saying, we're close. It's close. Let's take a closer look at some of these races to see if in some of the races, and these are the uncalled races where Republicans are leading, if Democrats have a chance. In California counts slowly. A lot of mail vote there. And a lot of the races there are very close. You can see in California's 13th district, just 203 votes separate them. It's only 40% reporting. So this could go either way. You go a little south to the 22nd district. David Valadao is a Republican who voted for impeachment. He's an incumbent who's done well. This is a D plus 12 seat, but still only 30% reporting. Could there be room to grow there? You go all the way down here in California, it's sort of the same story. This one's a little bigger of a margin. Young Kim, 55% in there. And here you can see only 52%. And so Democrats maybe could make up some ground there. So, you know, it isn't over in the House, even though Republicans have a clearer shot. But there's still a lot of counting to do.
Yeah. So, but listen, here, when it comes to these very tight races, it's all about where the votes left to be counted are, where they're coming from.
Yeah, in
that's
California,
going to make the big difference.
In California, that's hard to tell, again, because there's so much mail coming in. We're just going to have to wait there. The Senate situation, again, the Senate situation, 3 races undecided. Georgia, we know, is going to a runoff December 6th. What we don't know yet is Nevada and Arizona, and the situation in these 2 states has changed some overnight quickly. In Nevada, Adam Laxalt, the Republican, leads the incumbent Catherine Cortez Masto by 15,000 votes. But this margin changed overnight. When some people went to sleep, Adam Laxalt was ahead by 23,000.
It's 15, huh?
They counted some of the mail vote in Clark County and also in Washoe County up here in that Titan. There's 110,000 mail ballots left to count. And if the margins that Catherine Cortez won those 2 ballot batches that we saw last night, if she maintains that margin, 60%, she could overtake Adam Laxalt in the next few days. So watch that closely.
You know what you've been saying? You said, listen, you take Georgia off the board, right? You put your hand over and you say, if you take Georgia off the board and you look at this, it's Nevada, is that for all the marbles right there, possibly?
Both are for all the marbles. So right now, in terms of where they're leading, the reason I put this up here, Georgia right now, if you take it off the board, it's 49 seats for Republicans. But if both of these are blue, it would give Democrats 51. If both of these are red, it would give Republicans 51. So we won't, we could know control of the Senate in the next week, or it could take until December. I want to quickly show you Arizona also. Mark Kelly leads by 95,000 votes. They have at least 560,000 votes left to count in that state. We got some new count overnight. His lead grew from the 80,000 region to about 95,000. That came from mail ballots they counted that were received before Tuesday in Maricopa County and Pima County. Again, Blake Masters has the runway to overtake this margin, but he has to do well. He'd have to get about 58% of the remaining vote to overtake Mark Kelly. Not impossible, but a steep hill to climb.
Interesting. All right. Thank you very much. Let's bring in, how about you, John, stay there, because I want you to help me out with this interview. I want to bring in now the chairman of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, Bill Gates. We spoke to him overnight as the ballots were coming in and being counted. Maricopa County is the most populous county in Arizona, where there were an estimated 400,000 remaining ballots left to count as of Wednesday night. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Can you give us the exact number of votes left to be counted, sir?
Yeah, so thanks for having me. That's right. We're right there between about 400 and 410,000 ballots left to count.
400 and 410 ballots left to count. And do you know specifically, but usually they say that means if it's mail-in ballots, what have you, it leans Democrat, or, you know, we don't know if it's what happens in the state, because that has all changed since COVID. Can you give us some direction on that?
Yeah, that is really tough to predict where these might lean. And obviously, that's not our focus anyway. Our focus is simply on counting these accurately. But as we've seen in the last couple of elections, the mail-in ballots tend to lean Democrat. But as you get closer to Election Day, we know that Republicans are really turning out in big numbers. So we're now getting into what we call late earlies. So these are early ballots that would have been that we would have received like over the weekend, or in specifically 290,000 that were dropped off on Election Day at our vote centers.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. So 290,000 is Election Day, okay? So that leaves...
That's right.
So 110,000 that were received before Election Day?
Well, a little bit less than that, because we also have 17,000 ballots yet to be counted that were in that box 3. So these are ballots that were attempted, were not read by the tabulator on Election Day. So those are people who came in to vote in person.
That was
take
on
out the 17.
Go on. That was on Election Day. Just to clarify, so people know, that was on Election Day. There were certain ballots put in this special box because of a printer error, correct?
That's correct. Almost all of those. We call them box 3. It's for whatever reason, those ballots were not tabulated. They were not read by the tabulator. Most of them are going to be that situation that you described on.
Gotcha. So north of 90,000 received before Election Day, and some of those other ones were those segregated votes. Can you give us a sense of each day? How is this going to play out? How many votes are you going to count each day? And of these difference, like which votes are counted next? Which will we know from the votes that arrive before Tuesday next, or will be the votes that were handed in on Tuesday?
So, we can't really zero in on that with specificity. They would tend to be probably those that we received earlier first, and then as we move on, we're getting more into those Election Day, the mail-in ballots that we received on Election Day that people dropped off. But here's the issue, is adjudication, okay? If for some reason we have ballots that were dropped off, that there is some reason, let's say maybe on one of those races, the voter marked both, candidates, let's say in the Senate race, and maybe they circled one of them and said, no, I mean this. That goes into adjudication. And we have boards of one Republican, one Democrat. They look at those to try to determine what the voter's intent was. So that's a little thing that might impact which votes are being counted on what date. But generally, as we move forward in the count, we're getting closer and closer to Election Day.
All right. Bill Gates, the chairman of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, we appreciate it. We know it's a very busy time for you. 400,000 votes, that's not an insignificant number.
No, it's a lot. There's, like I said, there's a lot of runway there. If Blake Masters can hit about 58% of the remaining vote, he would have enough to overtake. Here's the thing, though. It's not 110,000 before Tuesday, but it's about 90,000 before Tuesday. Some of those were released overnight, and we saw Mark Kelly winning, 55 to 60% of those, about 50. So he actually is doing better than Blake Masters in the batch that would be down here. You might expect Masters to do better up here, but is it enough? Is it that 58%? Hard to know.
All right, John Berman, appreciate it. Democratic candidates rode a blue wave in places like Minnesota on election night, not so much in deep blue New York, though. Why is that? We're going to ask Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar. She's going to join us next.
Republicans are on pace, but we don't know yet, but they're on pace to hold a slim majority in the House in the next Congress. But control of the Senate may come down to Georgia again, as Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock and Republican challenger Herschel Walker begin campaigning today ahead of a one-month sprint to the crucial December runoff. Let's talk about everything that happened, the red wave that wasn't, lessons learned. Minnesota Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar joins us. Thank you so much. I don't think there's snow on the ground at home yet, But thank you for being here.
Not quite. Not quite.
You're wearing blue celebrating. Look, you talked yesterday, Senator, about Democrats defying the tides of history. How do you think your party got it done?
Well, as you know, first of all, the average year since in a midterm election since 74, we lose each party loses about 23 seats at least. And in this case, sometimes 50 in the 40s, the party that has the presidency. In this case, as you know, there's still a chance we keep the House. But even if the Republicans take it, it is going to be a very narrow margin. How we did it? First of all, candidate quality. We had some incredible candidates in the Senate and the House. Number two, when you have a situation that defies the tides of history, it's got to be something monumental going on. And in this case, it was a rejection of the orthodoxy of the Republicans' positions. You have so many of their candidates basically wanting an abortion ban put in place. Every state that considered that this cycle, every single one basically rejected that idea or actually advocated for codification of Roe v. Wade in referendums. You have economic policies that while everyone knows people are going through tough times, costs have gone up and the like, which party had people's backs? And in this case, the fact that at the very end, the Republican leadership was raising changes to Social Security, changes to Medicare, I think was a huge mistake because that messed with people's economic stability. And finally, democracy was on the line. If the Republican Party wants to keep allowing Donald Trump to pick their candidates, you're going to see the kind of results that you're seeing in red states, blue states, and purple states.
To get more stuff done for the American people, you guys are going to have to work together even more. And I was reading our hometown paper this morning, the Star Tribune. Let me show you the editorial board headline here. I'm sure you've already read it because we saw a blue wave pretty much in Minnesota, but they still write one Minnesota is still job one. Fresh off a stunning election, Democrats have to do more work to unite a divided Minnesota. Doesn't that apply nationally too for you guys?
Well, of course it does, because I think the message from this election was a number of people, despite their party affiliation, voted against extreme candidates on the right. So what they're voting for is not that they buy every single thing that a Democrat says. What they're voting for is getting things done, civility, working across the aisle when that happens. And in our state, as you know, Poppy, we have one of the biggest surpluses in the country. That's going to be number one for the governor, is to make sure we spend that wisely. Number two, in Washington, we have a bunch of things on our plate, including getting the defense bill done with Ukraine right before us and the strides that Zelensky is making against Vladimir Putin. On our plate is the end of the year budget bill to make sure we get that right. As you know, the Electoral Count Act, an effort that I'm leading with Susan Collins and Joe Manchin and others, so we don't have January 6th happen again. All of that is immediately when we get back. And Senator Schumer has made it very clear that he wants to get a lot done before the end of the year. And so that's our plan. And from there, I always believe that, you know, courage in Washington is not standing by yourself and making a speech. It's whether or not you're willing to stand next to someone you don't always agree with for the betterment of this country. Well, we have a lot to do.
I'm exhausted just listening to what's on your plate. But I've got to ask you, look, if things turn out the way it looks like it's going, we don't know. I'm going to preface that by saying we don't know. It's going to be a divided government, right? So then how do you get all of those things done that you are wanting to get done when there's already, there was gridlock before this election?
Well, first of all, the things I was talking about were things we literally have to do in the next 2 months, including, by the way, our plan, because we believe we have the Republican votes to codify marriage equality into law. Then you go into next year. I think the focus should be on costs. I think we should do more when it comes to funding law enforcement and helping out when so many of our localities are having issues. I think that we have to do things like, even though we got to start on bringing down pharmaceutical prices, there's even more we can do on that front.
But how do you do it, though, with a divided government?
Oh, you do it by finding common ground. And by the way, with the president's leadership, with Senator Schumer and Speaker Pelosi's leadership, let's look at what we did on a bipartisan basis. Gun safety law, Sweden and Finland into NATO, making sure that we have got the semiconductor, the CHIPS bill done. That was Leader Schumer working with Todd Young. Making sure that we got the infrastructure bill implemented and didn't just talk about it. We passed a bipartisan infrastructure bill. So yes, that was with very thin margins, but in the Senate, that required, and a bit in the House, that required in the Senate, every single one of those bills I just mentioned, Don, was bipartisan. So we clearly have shown we can do it, and we can do it if we have a divided government. And I like those numbers coming out of Nevada last night. It's gotten much closer with many, many more ballots to count.
Yeah.
So to me, the chances of keeping the Senate seem good.
We are watching that very closely in Nevada. We've been tracking the magic wall almost every hour this morning. Another question about what's facing Congress is, of course, big tech and how they will handle that. I wonder what you think about how Twitter and whether or not you like the direction that Twitter is going under the new leadership of Elon Musk.
See that smile?
I have expressed my concerns about this multiple times because there are three things we have to do on tech, and this goes beyond Twitter. Number one, we need a federal privacy law. We're one of the only developed nations that doesn't have that. That's crazy. Number two, we need to do something about monopolies. This is a much bigger issue, and this deals with companies like Amazon and Google and the like, where they're self-preferencing their own products. And many countries are working on this. We haven't done anything on it except got the bill I have with Senator Grassley to the floor, and we need a vote. The third thing is what you're getting at, the misinformation and having some rules of the road. One of the things we should look at is getting rid of the immunity that these companies have from liability when they amplify hate speech or lies. It's not just that someone posts on it. We get that's going to happen. It's when they're making money off the amplification. And these are tough issues, but there is bipartisan support for a number of them. And we need to take the time and move forward when it comes to tech rules.
Section 230, it's critical what you're talking about and what it could mean here with Twitter and the direction. Senator, thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator. See you later.
It's
Stay
great
warm
to be
in
on.
Minnesota.
Congratulations on your new show. I can't wait
Have
to be
some
on in
walleye for me.
This is going to say, I enjoyed listening to you two Minnesotans talk.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, well, coming up next, he knocked off the congressman in charge of getting Democrats elected, and he did it in deep blue New York. Congressman-elect Mike Lawler is back. Remember, you saw him here earlier this week.
Well, I think that made the difference,
won.
Poppy. That made the difference. He
won and
appeared
he's
in this
back.
program, and then he won hours later.
Thank you.
A GOP sweep across New York. Republicans flipping 4 congressional seats and putting up a competitive candidate for governor in a traditionally Democratic stronghold. Joining us now for a look at what is happening in the suburbs across the state is CNN's senior political analyst, John Avalon. John, we were watching this so closely yesterday as these results were coming in, and New York was so fascinating what happened there.
It's extraordinary. I mean, keep in mind, no Republicans won statewide since 2002. But while nationally Democrats exceeded expectations, in New York, it was that red tsunami that had been predicted, particularly in the suburbs. And the symbol of it is Sean Patrick Maloney. He was the chair of the DCCC, in charge of congressional campaigns, and he lost his seat. That's almost unheard of in midterm elections, particularly ones that aren't wave elections. But you saw the story top down throughout the suburbs, north and east of the city. Redistricting, crime, and a lack of focus by Democrats on winning over suburbs at the expense of trumping up the vote in the cities.
Yeah, and the suburbs on Long Island, we saw how that looked. But also, New York saw basically way more competitive than what it typically had been when it even comes to the governor's race. Obviously, Lee Zeldin did not win that race, but he still came within about 5 points. And so a big question was, did that cause a drag? Did Hochul cause a drag on the other Democrats who were on the ticket with her?
Well, here's what's clear. I mean, first of all, Long Island hasn't had 4 Republicans representing it since 1994, that Republican Revolution wave. And Lee Zeldin had been a congressman from New York's 1st District on Long Island, so that had a positive effect. But what I'm hearing from New York Democrats is that Kathy Hochul really invested her money in getting out the vote in the cities and didn't pay as much attention to the suburbs, basically ceding those to Zeldin and the Republicans. And that's where all these wins are coming in, things that are going to cause a real hangover, that as well as an ineffective response to concerns about rising crime, something hammered at, something clearly felt acutely in the suburbs that Democrats didn't seem to have a strong response for, and helped create in part by bail reform laws in New York that Hochul tried to amend but didn't really address head on, and that hurt Democrats big time.
Yeah, some big questions going forward about what that's going to look like, how it affects following elections. John Avlon, thanks for following it closely. One of the Republican wins that John was talking about is Mike Lawler. He defeated his Democratic opponent, who was the incumbent Congressman Sean Patrick Maloney, who is also the chair of the committee that's dedicated to re-electing Democrats. In his victory speech, Lawler talked about the expectations that he faced early on in the campaign.
What we were able to do in this time was truly remarkable, because this is a district Joe Biden won by 10 points. And we were running against the chair of the DCCC. When I announced, a lot of people thought, oh, that's nice. Yeah, he'll make it a race, but he's going to lose.
He did not lose. He, in fact, won. So joining us now is Republican Congressman-elect Mike Lawler of New York. You were a rare bright spot for Republicans on Tuesday when they thought there was going to be a wave. There obviously was not. What do you think your victory says about Tuesday night, and what's the big takeaway for you?
Well, I think especially in New York, as I've said many times, this was the first time in our nation's history that Democrats controlled everything in Washington, Albany, and New York City. And voters in New York especially were looking for balance and common sense restored to every level of government. And I think what we saw by picking up 4 congressional seats and now sending 11 members of Congress to Washington speaks volumes to that. And, you know, the redistricting process certainly played a big role. I think Democrats got very greedy in trying to gerrymander New York's maps. And when the courts threw them out and drew a fair map, it really gave us an opportunity to swing the suburbs back to Republican.
When we talked to you last week before your victory, I asked you what kind of congressman you wanted to be if you won. And you've often said you wanted to be like Peter King, and he was someone who, you know, has long supported former President Trump. There are big questions about Trump's role following Tuesday night. He said, quote, "I strongly believe that he should no longer be the face of the Republican Party," saying the party cannot become a personality cult, and saying that Trump's self-promotion and attacks on Republicans like Ron DeSantis and Mitch McConnell were largely responsible for Republicans not having a red wave. Do you agree?
Look, I think the president is going to make a determination as to what he wants to do with respect to running. I would like to see the party move forward. I think anytime you, are focused on the future, you can't so much go to the past. And I think people are really excited about the opportunity to address the challenges that we're facing as a country. And I think more focus needs to be on the issues and the substance of those issues than on personalities, for
You
sure.
want to see the party move forward from Trump?
Yeah, I think moving in a different direction as we move forward is a good thing, not a bad thing. But ultimately, look, the voters will decide what they want to do, and the former president will decide what he wants to do. But I think my objective in going to Congress is to tackle these issues. I didn't run on somebody else's platform. I didn't run to be a rubber stamp or one of. I ran on the issues that are facing the American people and facing the people of the state of New York. And I have offered real solutions. And that's what my objective is as a member of Congress.
President Biden essentially echoed that yesterday, saying he thinks the American people want things done when he was asked about potential investigations, potential impeachment proceedings against him or members of his administration. And it sounds like you agree with the president. Are you interested in focusing your time on investigations, potential impeachments of this administration, or not?
Look, I think the top priority is to deal with inflation and the cost of living. That is what I ran on. That is what my focus will be. Obviously, Congress has oversight authority, and there is responsibility with that. But what I don't want to see is what we saw during the Trump administration, where Democrats just went after the president and the administration incessantly. If there is real reason to look into something, absolutely. That is the obligation of Congress to do that. There is oversight responsibility. But I don't want to just go from one crisis to the next without dealing with the issues that got me elected in the first place.
You're
and
not saying that there
that's my
weren't
focus.
reasons for to have oversight during Trump and for some of the...
No, but it was so, at times, so over the top and so partisan. And it doesn't help the country. I mean, we're going from one extreme to the other and back and forth every 2 years. That doesn't help the country move forward. And I think when you're talking about oversight, there needs to be a level of seriousness, and there's a responsibility with it. And it can't just be political.
On the other issue, which is a real issue, we just have Jahana interviewing President Zelensky and the First Lady of Ukraine. And there's a real question if Republicans take control of the majority in the House about what the level of U.S. support of Ukraine is going to be, given what McCarthy said a few weeks ago. Marjorie Taylor Greene said not another penny will go to Ukraine. What do you think? And are you confident in sustained U.S. support of Ukraine if the Republicans control the House?
So my wife is from Moldova. Her family lives about 30 miles from the Ukraine border as the crow flies. I have been near Transnistria, which is a Russian-occupied area. I am fully committed to supporting Ukraine.
At the same level?
Absolutely. Look, we have an obligation as a country on two fronts. Number one, Vladimir Putin is a vile thug, and he needs to be contained. If Ukraine falls, many of those former Soviet satellite states are in real danger. Number two, when Ukraine gave up its nuclear power, we committed to supporting them and protecting them. And we have an obligation to fulfill that commitment. So for me, this is personal on a number of levels, you know, and I just think we have a responsibility both from a national security interest, but also to ensure that Vladimir Putin does not advance any further in his quest to reestablish the former Soviet Union.
Before I let you go, are you hearing from Democrats? Because for those of us who live, you know, in New York, not necessarily in the city, I live in Long Island and I work in the city. I don't think any of us, a lot of folks in the studio, we were not surprised. We saw the red wave coming, right? If you lived there, you saw the signs, you know, people, you talk, you go out, you go to the diner and restaurants. You felt it. Are you hearing from Democrats about your win?
Oh, absolutely. You know, my district has 70,000 more Democrats than Republicans. So I wouldn't have won it without the support of many Democrats and independents. And you know, I think people are excited about the opportunity and really looking for change. And, you know, this district is home to Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, George Soros. So it's a very diverse district.
So you're Hillary Clinton's congressman.
I am now Hillary Clinton's congressman.
And George Soros' congressman.
I look forward to hearing from them about their concerns and their needs.
And you're hearing from people about your appearance here on CNN. Hang on. Absolutely. Can we stop the music, please? Please stop the music. Stop the music. Thank you. Are you hearing from people about appearing here on CNN?
Oh, absolutely. I think, look, at the end of the day, I have always believed in order to win this district, I needed to go everywhere and talk to everyone. And I can't be afraid because maybe there's some tough questions that come. I'm happy to take those on, and I'm happy to go anywhere and talk to anyone. And frankly, I think that's why I won.
Well, we're happy to ask them whenever you want to come on. Congressman-elect, thank you for spending some time with us this morning.
Thank you.
That's how you do it. Come and take the tough questions. We appreciate it.
You heard Congressman-elect mention inflation. We have key inflation data that is coming in. What it means for you, the American consumer, we'll tell you that's next.
Also, Hurricane Nicole hitting Florida overnight. Now a weaker tropical storm, but still very dangerous.
So this just in to CNN, we have some key new inflation data that's just been released. Joining us now, CNN's Rahel Solomon with the numbers. Good morning to you. What do you have?
Hi, good morning, guys. So this is something that I don't get to say a lot these days, but a better than expected inflation report. Wow. So these numbers just crossing within the last 10 minutes or so showing that prices did increase 0.4% on a monthly basis. But take a look at the annual basis, 7.7%. To put that in context, we were expecting closer to 8%. Last month, that annual number was closer to 8.2%. So what this means is that this actually came in a lot better than most economists were expecting. Directionally, we're moving in the right direction. Now, is this something that folks and consumers at home are going to cheer in the streets about? Absolutely not. Inflation is still very high, still hovering near 40-year highs, but directionally moving in the right direction. And take a look at futures. Investors like it because it is starting to feel like, well, maybe the medicine is working. Maybe all of these rate hikes are actually starting to work, and you're starting to see a meaningfully cooler inflation report.
But a lot of layoffs.
Well, yes, that too. So let's.
Sorry to rain on the parade.
Womp, womp, womp,
Yeah,
Poppy.
no, I mean, look, it's a fair point because we got this report today, but then we also got news of pretty significant layoffs at Meta, 11,000. To put that in context, as of September, the company had 87,000 workers. So, right, that's about 12% of its workforce. So this is really happening in the ad space. And I'm glad you brought it up because we're really starting to see, even though job growth is still strong, even though unemployment is low, in the tech space, that's a very different story, right? I mean, they are really pulling back after growing so much during the pandemic. They're starting to have to pull back some of that growth. And so, I talked to an analyst a few weeks ago after Meta's earnings report, and he said, advertisers know that Meta's ads work. They know that YouTube's ads work. So when you're starting to hear companies like Meta and Alphabet, the owner of YouTube, say they're seeing advertisers pull back, he said it's really saying something.
Well, and we had Sarah Fisher on earlier, and something she said that from Axios that stood out to all of us was she kind of likened this, saying it was reminiscent of the dot-com bubble, seeing what's happening with these layoffs.
Yeah, I think, look, these are companies that saw explosive growth, certainly during the pandemic, but you could even argue over the last 10 years. These are tech companies that for 10 years, their stocks seemed to go only in one direction, and that was up. And you were seeing, I think the NASDAQ is still off about 32% this year. So these companies are now having a sort of come back to earth moment. So, whether it will be as severe as the dot-com bubble, I'm not sure about that, but it is certainly something in the tech space that a lot of people are watching very closely to see if this will have effects on other parts of the economy, right? Is this just the beginning of what we might start to see in other parts of the economy, or is this very specific to tech? At this point, we just don't know.
Right. Thank you, Rahel. We appreciate it this morning. More politics now. President Joe Biden made just one congratulatory call to a Republican after the vote, and he is Ohio Governor Mike DeWine. We're going to ask him what the president said when he joins us next.
That was great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ohio's Republican Governor Mike DeWine winning re-election this week by a wide margin, defeating Democrat Nan Whaley. Now, President Biden called DeWine to congratulate him. It is noteworthy because former President Trump endorsed DeWine. On Monday, DeWine spoke at Trump's rally in Ohio and received some boos.
Please share a seat. You guys say a couple of words. Mr. President, thank you very much. In Ohio, Mr. President, we fund the police.
So Governor DeWine joins me now. Governor, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Good morning to you.
Thank you.
So it didn't stop you from speaking. Why not?
Well, I've been booed before. That's, that's the way life goes. But look, I was there to support J.D. Vance. I'm glad he got elected. He's going to be a good, excellent United States Senator, a strong conservative voice for Ohio.
Yeah. Would you and the president, the current president, talk about, because he made a congratulatory call to you?
Well, I shouldn't get into that. I don't think it's a personal call, but I appreciated certainly the call. The president and I served together 12 years on the Judiciary Committee. I know him pretty well and have had, that relationship that goes back to the time that I was in the United States Senate.
Over the last day or so, there's been, a lot of sort of hand-wringing over what happened. There was supposed to be a red wave, a Republican wave. It doesn't seem like it, it did not happen. We're still trying to see where the balance of power lies in both chambers. What do you think the lesson is from Tuesday night for Republicans moving forward? Is it a Republican Party without Trump at the helm?
Well, I think people can look to Ohio. I mean, we're a center-right state, but it's still a state that Democrats can get elected in. And I think people, supported what we have been doing. We're focused on jobs. We're focused on job training. We're focused on education, early childhood development, dealing with the mental health problem. These are practical things that I think people expect us to deal with. We won with 63% of the vote. We won 85 out of 88 counties. So it was a very, very good victory. I'm very, very grateful for that. I think if you look across the country, particularly governors who did well are governors who, are strong advocates for their state, who are making the tough decisions, who are leaders, and who are solving problems. I think that's really the lesson from, Tuesday night. People want people to fix problems. And, for example, in Ohio, we're a great manufacturing state. We're attracting new business coming in. We've got a good business climate. I think people like that. They want their kids to be able to grow up in Ohio, have jobs here, have good jobs, have good job training, good education. Basic things that the public expects.
You just said you're glad you campaigned with J.D. Vance for Senate. You just talked about being glad that he won. He also, just a few months ago in March said again that he thought the 2020 election was stolen from Donald Trump. That's something you have never said. And I wonder if you want him to stop talking about that now that he's going to be a senator representing your state.
Well, I'm not going to tell J.D. what to talk about or not talk about. I think that, he is now going to be the United States Senator from the state of Ohio. He's got big responsibilities. He's got big shoes to fill. Rob Portman did a phenomenal job and continues actually to do a phenomenal job for us. And I just look forward to working with J.D. On things that impact Ohio and impact our nation. He's going to be a good, strong voice, and he's got a big portfolio now that things that he's got to deal with every day.
Governor DeWine, thanks so much for being here this morning. My question for you is, as we're reflecting on what Tuesday means going forward for the GOP, in your estimation, who is the current leader of the Republican Party?
Well, look, I mean, we do this every time. We have an election, and before the votes are even counted, we're thinking about the next election, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's going to play out. I don't think it's time to, weigh in on that. We'll see how that works. Again, I think that people expect us to govern. I think people expect us to get things done and to focus on real problems. I mean, we have mental health problems. We're doing some things in Ohio that are new, that are innovative. We're moving forward in that area. We have drug addiction problems, things that keep people behind. I think the voters expect us to focus on those things. So I'll leave for somebody else the speculation of who's going to be the nominee in 2 years. We got plenty of time to work on that.
And can I ask you a question, since you were on the campaign trail, obviously, just for the last few months with Nan Whaley, or against Nan Whaley, your opponent? How much did you hear from voters about abortion? Because you and Nan Whaley had very different positions on that. And a big question for us was how much voters cared about that in addition to the economy. What did you hear from your voters about that?
Well, look, I do a lot of retail politics. I'm out talking directly to people, listening to them. And certainly there were people who came up to me and said, Mike, I like what you're doing. I think you've been good on education. You were good during the pandemic. You protected us. You did this, but I can't vote for you because of abortion. So we certainly did have that. We also, though, had a lot of people who came up to me and who said, look, I don't usually vote for Republicans, but I like what you've done in regard to job training, or I like what you've done in regard to mental health, and I'm going to vote for you. So, we got a number of those voters who don't agree with me in regard to abortion, but there certainly were others who that was a defining issue, and they simply would not vote for me because of the fact that they disagreed with me on the issue.
Governor, we love that you woke up with us. You took the time to come on the program. We appreciate it. Come back early and often, will you?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thanks,
Good to
Governor.
talk with you.
You as well. I noticed he didn't say yes, but
he will.
Okay.
It's always a good conversation.
Hurricane Nicole hitting Florida overnight, a weaker tropical storm right now, but still dangerous. We're live on the ground. So it's not very, often you get the chance to speak to a Hollywood legend and The View co-host Whoopi Goldberg, but I did, sitting down with me for CNN This Morning, an interview. She is weighing in on the midterms and how people feel about President Biden. So Tuesday, everyone said, well, Joe Biden, he's too old, and people, his approval rating. What do you believe? Because it looks to me like he's winning.
Well, I think the people, they may not like everything he's done, but they like a lot of what he's done. They like that he's trying to get it done. They see what he's trying to do. That's the beauty of all of this.
Well, Whoopi has a lot more to say about politics. She has a lot more to say about civility and quitting and
quitting, not quitting The View, quitting Twitter.
Yeah, quitting Twitter. Yeah, quitting Twitter. Sorry, I need to get that in. She's like, what? Quitting what?
Just trying to save you.
Saving me. Whoopi's going
Don's
to
creating
call me and say,
headlines.
what are you talking about? The reason she sat down and did the interview with me is because she has this movie that she has been trying to do for over a decade, and it's Till. It's about Emmett Till's, the death of Emmett Till and his family's journey, and really about his mother, Mamie, and her journey and how she became, she started fighting for civil rights after her son was murdered in Money, Mississippi in 1955.
So she played a big role in this movie, and what did she say about
Not only executive produced the movie, she plays Emmett Till's grandmother in the movie as well. And so she talks about that and the issues surrounding race, discrimination, but she talks about a whole lot more. There's a reason she's on The View.
Tomorrow,
because she likes to give her view.
We get to see it tomorrow?
We'll get to see it tomorrow. And she also talked about us coming in to co-host The View, all three of us.
Interesting idea.
Hey, listen, we're a little punch drunk from, the election and working those long hours overnight, but we're back, and tomorrow we'll have more sleep, and we'll be even better then. We're great today. We'll be greater tomorrow. Thanks for watching. What happens now?
Newsroom starts now.
It's Poppy's old shift.
Good morning, I'm Erica Hill.
And I'm Jim Sciutto. This morning, we and the country still don't know yet who will control the U.S. Congress. Votes still being counted in critical House and Senate races. Republicans poised, however, to win a narrow majority in the House. There are currently 35 uncalled races in the lower chamber. Republicans leading in 11 of those. They need 9 to retake the House majority.
In the Senate, Republicans currently have 49 seats. Democrats are at 48, and control there now hinges on 3 states. 2 of those, Nevada and Arizona, still too close to call this morning. Georgia is, of course, now headed to a December runoff after neither candidate managed to get 50% of the vote. Our correspondents are on the ground in Arizona and Nevada. Arizona, of course, with the battle for control of those states where the battle for control of the Senate is playing out. Let's begin with CNN's Sarah Seidner. She's in Phoenix, outside the Maricopa County Election Center. So the latest estimate, I believe, about 600,000 votes remain to be counted there. Where are those votes, Sarah?
Good morning, Erica. Those votes, the majority of them, the vast majority of them, are from right here in Maricopa County. 400,000 to about 410,000 votes still left to be counted, and they will begin counting in about 2 hours. They will start verifying the signatures. There are a team of people that are in this place they call the ballot vault. We have been back there to see how they do their jobs. First, they sort all the ballots, and then they start verifying signatures. So that's why this process takes a little longer than maybe some other places. They are very diligent about doing this to make sure that they have the count correct. Now, earlier we heard from the chairman of the Board of Supervisors here in Maricopa County talking about the vote count and what we can expect.
We're right there between about 400 and 410,000 ballots left to count. We're now getting into what we call late earlies. So these are early ballots that would have been that we would have received like over the weekend, or in specifically 290,000 that were dropped off on election day at our vote centers. But generally, as we move forward in the count, we're getting closer and closer to election day.
When he says closer and closer to Election Day, he means the ballots that were brought in on Election Day. They are still a few days back, counting those votes that are early voting. Now, I will tell you that this has been a significant a number increase in the number of people who have voted in this midterm, according to officials here. We know that number has jumped, which is making it so that the vote count is taking a little bit longer than normal. But so far, all is well. There were problems with the printers that people use. And what's interesting about the printers here is that people can come in without a ballot. They sign up, they show their ID, and then they have 12,000 different ballots that the printers are able to print. Some of those printers in about a fifth of the places to vote. Some of those printers were not printing dark enough ink, and that was a problem. So people had to do a couple of different things to make sure that their vote counts. But they said every vote will count, but you got to give them some time. Jim?
Check the toter cartridges, right? Sarah Seidner, thanks very much.
I mean, exactly.
Yeah, we've all been there. In Nevada, an estimated 160,000 votes remain to be counted there as crucial statewide races in Nevada still too close to call. Nevada could end up deciding who controls the Senate. CNN's Rosa Flores, she's in Las Vegas. Fittingly, Rosa, right? Because that's where the bulk of these votes that remain to be counted are, with a Democratic advantage, right? I mean, is there any sense of where things are leading in the next 24 to 48 hours?
You know what, Jim? This is a nail biter because this race is only getting tighter and tighter. When you went to bed last night, Republican Adam Laxalt was ahead by 2.7%. Well, when you woke up this morning, that margin tightened to 2.44%. Now, as Jim mentioned, the margins here in Clark County do appear to be in favor of the Democratic incumbent Catherine Cortez Masto. But again, we will have to see. But all of these races are nail biters. I want to talk to you about the Secretary of State race because that is even tighter. The challengers there are Cisco Aguilar. He's a former Harry Reid staffer. He has vowed for transparent elections. His opponent, Republican Jim Marchant, he is probably one of the sharpest election deniers in the country. He started the America First Secretary of State coalition. They have about 12 members running in different states across the country. And their goal is day of elections only, day of voting only, and going back to paper ballots. Hear this. The margin in that race is less than 1% right now. It's at 0.89%. Again, nail biters. And like Jim mentioned, there are still tens of thousands of ballots out there that have not been counted. They have not been processed. Many of those right here in Clark County where I am. And Jim, as we look forward, some of the dates that we need to keep in mind here is the fact that any ballot that was postmarked on Election Day, November 8th, will be counted through Saturday, November 12th. And then, of course, the unofficial results are expected to be posted by law on Friday, November 18th. So we'll have to see. Jim.
So the waiting game continues, Rosa.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Well, in Georgia, a runoff date is set. Mark your calendars, December 6th. This, of course, after neither Senate candidate reached the 50% plus one threshold. And this race really could be the one that decides the balance of power in the Senate.
Imagine that. Georgia again. CNN national politics reporter Eva McCann live in Atlanta this morning. Already making preps for this runoff here, which could decide who controls the Senate. A lot of money going in. What's happening?
There sure is, Jim. You know, this has really been a costly affair, this competitive Senate contest. Even more money pouring in this morning. We're learning that the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee, that is a key operation, fundraising operation for Senate Democrats. They're spending $7 million to boost Senator Warnock. And if you're wondering, well, where is that money going? It's going to things like field organizing. That's the critical ground game underway in this state. That is the effort to really turn out more voters direct voter contact programs. Herschel Walker, for his part, is getting a boost as well. The group Susan B. Anthony Pro-Life America, they have said that they are going to spend at least $1 million to help Walker. But things are well underway here in Georgia. The state is prepping ballots to be sent out to counties. Those counties have to sign off by November 14th. There's also the absentee portal that people can take advantage of if they want to request an absentee ballot. And then early voting could begin as early as November 26th. These candidates haven't taken any days off. Republican Herschel Walker, he's going to be campaigning later today with Senator Ted Cruz. Jim, Erica.
Another tight race to watch. Eva McCann, thanks so much. So now for a deeper dive into the numbers behind these outstanding races in both Arizona and Nevada. CNN anchor John Berman at the Magic Wall. John, we need some of that magic this morning because, I mean, the races are tight, but we are getting some indicators as to where the votes still to be counted might lean in either direction. What do you know?
Well, we need magic and we need math, which frankly puts me at a disadvantage. But let me do what I can, Jim, here. Let's start with Nevada because this is really interesting. As Rosa reported, Adam Laxalt, the Republican, leads by 15,000 votes. Yesterday, his lead was 23,000. Why? Because of mail ballot that was counted in Washoe County. In Washoe, there was 20,000. There were 20,000, I'll put 20K here. And Catherine Cortez Masto, the Democrat, won 65% of that vote. So that was in Washoe County. Now let's look at Clark County, which is by far the most populous county in the state, nearly 75%. There were 14,000 new votes processed there. 14,000 in Catherine Cortez Masto. She won 61% of that. So that gave her the bounce to close some of that. And the reason I wanted to put these percentages up for you, Jim, and the raw numbers is I want to extrapolate a little bit about what's left and whether she has a chance to overtake Adam Laxalt, that 15,000 vote gain. So let me put the blackboard up here for everyone so they can see. In Washoe and Clark combined, and the reason I'm talking about those is those are the more urban counties, and frankly, that's where most of the vote that we know about is left. We think there's 110,000 votes left. If Catherine Cortez Masto wins 60% of that, which is actually a little bit less than she did in those votes that were processed overnight, so times 60%, or 0.60 in this case, that would give her 66,000 votes. Okay, the important thing here, Jim, and I'll erase this, that would give her 66,000 votes, is that would be a net of 22,000 votes. 22,000 is greater than 15,000. So if the next 110,000 votes go the way that the ones that were processed overnight does, Catherine Cortez Masto has a chance. She's on a path that could put her out in front. And very quickly, let me swipe this out. It's a little bit of a similar situation in Arizona, where the Democrat Mark Kelly now leads by 95,000. His lead was in the 80s before they processed new ballots from Maricopa County here and Pima County here. His lead grew. There's 560,000 votes left to process here. A little bit harder to read which way they lean because Arizona does things a little bit differently. But Blake Masters, the Republican, would have to win 58% roughly of that remaining vote to overtake Mark Kelly. Not impossible, but it would be a tall order, Jim.
Personally, and I'm sure Erica joins me in this, I'm glad you slowed that math down. It helped me understand. So we will keep calling you back.
Shudo. I followed it all. Sorry. In fact, I fed Berman that math.
You were ahead of him. Sorry, that's what I should have said. You were ahead of Berman. John, thanks so much. Coming up next, an unflattering cover of former President Trump on the normally Trump-friendly New York Post. Details on the calls inside the GOP for Trump to now step aside, even as he plans another bid for the White House. Plus, a CNN exclusive, new reporting, Russian Navy vessels seen preparing for a possible test of a new nuclear-powered torpedo. What I'm learning from U.S. officials, that's coming up.
And next, we're live in Florida as Tropical Storm Nicole moves across the state, still packing 60-mile-per-hour winds, thousands without power. Some seaside homes have simply crumbled into the ocean. We're going to bring you the latest track.
Into the ocean.
President Biden, he celebrated the Democrats' performance in the midterms in a speech yesterday, calling out detractors who doubted his, quote, incessant optimism about the election.
Those comments come even as Biden's presidency looks likely to enter a new period of divided government.
While we don't know all the results yet, at least I don't know them all yet, here's what we do know. While the press and the pundits are predicting a giant red wave, it didn't happen.
When asked if he had made a decision about running for re-election, the president said his intention remains to run again, but he's not in a hurry to make an announcement. Joining us now to discuss, CNN political commentators Ashley Allison, former National Coalitions Director for Biden-Harris 2020, and Alice Stewart, Republican strategist. Good to see you both this morning. Ashley, let's start with you. When we look at all this, the president's still making a decision on 2024. Understandably, he wants to wait and see how certain things shake out, but there are definitely some takeaways here for Democrats as a whole. How do they need to play the next 2 years?
Keep trying to get things done. I think that the reason why voters showed up was that Democrats made promises in 2020 and they did everything possible to keep them. Now, they couldn't get voting rights done and they couldn't get policing reform done, but it wasn't for lack of trying. It was because they didn't have enough votes in the Senate. But they did get infrastructure. They did get a lot of COVID relief. They did get a historical bipartisan gun bill passed. And then they took action on the executive level around student loan debt and around marijuana and around climate. And so as long as Dems keep delivering what the voters want, I think we will be successful again in 2024. I also think that if Republicans show up, if they take the House and start shenanigans and throwing red meat out about trying to do all these oversight hearings, that's not what the people want. And they said that loud and clear. So Dems should just keep their eye on the ball and keep delivering for the American people.
Alice, listening to that, I imagine you have a different view. You have criticized some of the more extreme voices in your party here. But I mean, is there a risk? Yes, they certainly outperformed expectations, and particularly extreme Republican candidates ended up losing, including a lot that were endorsed by the former president. But do Democrats risk not learning their own lessons from this election?
Both sides have a lot to learn from this election, Jim, and I think the most important takeaway is that voters are frustrated. They're frustrated with the economy, and they want to see Washington work together. I'm encouraged by what President Biden said yesterday by saying that our democracy is intact, and that's evidenced by the fact we had massive voter turnout, and we need to continue to wait and make sure every vote is counted. I'm also encouraged by his commitment to bringing leaders from both sides of the Hill to the White House shortly and talk about ways they can work together. And assuming that Republicans take control in the House, that's a major step in the right direction. And this is a way we get things done. Assuming Republicans take control and McCarthy is the Speaker, they have an agenda they'd like to get done, ways to look at addressing inflation, look at the border, look at crime. And the best way to do that is, as the President said, sitting down and having these hard conversations. But the first step in bipartisanship is both sides agreeing that you have to concede certain points that you want, and you both have to want to work together. And that's the message everyone should take away from these midterms.
Alice, in the Wall Street Journal this morning, the note, maybe the defeats are what the party needs to hear before 2024, talking specifically about Donald Trump from the editorial board. Is this the moment that the party moves on from Donald Trump? Is this the license that was needed, and is the will there?
I don't see any other moment than right now for Republicans to recognize the fact we lost the House, the Senate, and the White House, and we lost many key races we should have won because of Trump's influence in these races. And the Wall Street Journal, which is typically supportive of the former president, acknowledged the fact that Trump's dominance has taken a hit. We're seeing other news outlets. We have the New York Post that is very supportive, with the front line headline today saying Trumpty Dumpty, saying he couldn't build a wall and couldn't really keep his party closely aligned. And other key voices saying that, again, Donald Trump is not the face moving forward for the Republican Party. Peter King, who has been supportive, saying we need to stop being a cult of personality and get back to a party of policies. And I think this is a good first step. It's a huge wake-up call for the Republican Party.
So, Ashley, you hear Alice making the case there Trump should not be the face of the Republican Party going into 2024. Should Joe Biden be the face and the candidate for the Democratic Party going into 2024?
I think there's two sides to this coin. Joe Biden has had a great presidency so far. He still has 2 more years to deliver. There also is an opportunity for him to pass the torch if he chooses to. And we as Democrats want to make sure we have a strong bench. And I actually think this midterm election opens up our bench somewhat for new and aspiring Democratic leaders, whether it's the new governor of Massachusetts or Maryland or Michigan. I think that there are opportunities for a torch to be passed, a generational torch, so to say. But I also think if he wants to run, he is up for the job, and that's his choice.
And Jim, if I could just add one quick note on the Trump's dominance of the party. Look, we all have to acknowledge that he did build a solid base, and those votes are important. These are people that didn't feel they have a voice. So the challenge is for Republicans to keep that base on board and grow from that, and make sure that we do so as an inclusive party and not try to alienate any aspect of Republicans.
Ashley, Allison, Alice Stewart, good to see you both this morning. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
And just a reminder, our colleague Jake Tapper will have a lot to ask Mike Pence about the future of the Republican Party. That's all going to happen in a town hall next Wednesday night, right here on CNN, that live event with the former vice president. 9 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah. Will he challenge Trump? Open question. Still ahead, Tropical Storm Nicole churning over Florida right now after making landfall this morning as a Category 1 hurricane. We're going to have the latest forecasts. Also go to Florida Live coming up. Another big story we're following right now, Tropical Storm Nicole pounding Florida with heavy rain and powerful winds, causing storm surge warnings along the northeastern coastline. The storm made landfall as a Category 1 hurricane early this morning, making it the first hurricane to hit the U.S. in November in nearly 40 years.
And it is making its presence known. CNN's Leila Santiago live in Titusville, Florida this hour. Meteorologist Chad Myers is live in the CNN Weather Center. Leila, let's start with you. What are you seeing there? I saw you just a minute ago in the break, and I definitely saw that hurricane stance, which tells me those are some pretty strong winds.
Right. I'd say this is the strongest wind I've felt since we've been out this morning, kind of making our way north. Earlier where we were in Melbourne, now we're in Titusville. Let's take a walk. Let's show you what it looks like out here in terms of the water that is rising. You can see the wind really showing in the trees, the water coming in. And this is an area we should mention that saw really bad flooding after Hurricane Ian. So an area that was already vulnerable given the flooding that we saw just 6 weeks ago here. So I have spoken to emergency operation officials. They're really warning people to stay home because this isn't over yet, especially in those areas where coastal erosion has been deemed an issue. Just north of where we are right now in Volusia County, they have deemed dozens of homes as unsafe given the coastal erosion. So the big thing they're watching is for flooding, for the high tide that's bringing in higher levels of water, as well as the impact this will have for coastal erosion as they get out to do damage assessment. But you can tell, and I can certainly feel, that this is far from over.
Yeah, a lot of homes there in danger on the coastline. Chad, I imagine we don't see them often in November because the water's not warm enough to generate this kind of stuff. But there's that point. But where do we expect it to hit next?
You know, it's still going to hit Florida for a long time, but we're getting flooding in Charleston from this right now, and that's a long way from where the storm is. And Leila really hit on an important part. Our coverage of Ian, and especially the aftermath, focused on Fort Myers and Sanibel and all of those places that got devastated there. But the East Coast dunes and beaches were completely eroded as well with the onshore flow. Even though Ian tracked this way, there was so much onshore flow, it ate away at those dunes, at that beach. And so now what we're seeing with these high tides, almost 6 feet above where they should have been for a time, went down a little bit at high tide, only 3 feet above high tide, but that eroded the buildings. That eroded a lot, and we know of a lot of structural damage. that is there. Winds are still gusting to 52 in Daytona, even 43 over there in Tampa. Surge warnings going on here. We know there's about 8 to 8.5 feet in Charleston. Now, not above the roads, but certainly on the roads in much of Charleston. That happens when you get an east wind and a high tide. Remember, we just had the full moon. That means that these high tides are larger than they would be at other times of the month. And there's Cocoa Beach at 59-mile-per-hour wind gusts there. So it's a large area of wind. Everywhere that you see yellow here, that is still tropical storm force winds. Those numbers go down, the size goes down as the storm decreases in intensity tonight. And eventually it even hooks up with this cold front and gets shoved back out to the ocean. But there's going to be a lot of rain and wind, and there are still leaves on the trees across parts of the deep south. And with winds of 35 or 40, some of those trees could come down. We could have power outages through the Carolinas, through Georgia, and even on up toward the Northeast. It does eventually get out of here. 3 to 4 inches of rainfall possible. That's good for the water that gets into the Ohio River, because that will eventually get into the Mississippi. But many areas here don't need any more rainfall. The Carolinas and Georgia does. But 60 miles per hour right now, the storm did decrease from a landfall of 75. Yeah. Guys?
Oof. Layla, Chad, appreciate it. Thank you both.
All right, some news. Good news, it seems, on prices. Key inflation data just released shows that inflation cooled more than expected as consumer prices in the U.S. rose 7.7% in the most recent period. Markets here in the U.S. are just opening, and boy, they're up 800 points, nearly 3%.
That is a nice thing to see on your Thursday Eve morning. CNN's Thursday Eve, Friday Eve. CNN's Matt Egan following this closely for us. Tough to keep track on an election week. So when we look at that inflation number, Matt, what's the takeaway there?
Well, this is a big relief. I mean, inflation isn't gone, but it's cooling off, perhaps more than we expected. Month over month, prices up by 0.4%. That was flat. It was actually supposed to get worse, so that is a good.
That's a good thing.
It's a good thing. Year over year, 7.7% increase in prices. You know, at any other point in the last 4 decades, this would be an alarming, terrible number. But we're obviously not in normal times. This is actually a 9-month low, and it is a big improvement from the 9% inflation that we saw over the summer. Within the realm of what was possible, this is probably about as good as we could have hoped for. None of this means sticker shock is gone, right? People are still feeling these price hikes. We still see big year-over-year price increases in gasoline, food, rent, but there also has been some improvement, right? Month over month, we saw price declines for apparel, used cars, airlines, medical care. That is all encouraging. Now, Wall Street, as you mentioned, is loving this news. You know, within seconds of this number coming out, Dow futures spiked 600 points, up almost 800 points, 2.4% right now. The NASDAQ is up more than 4%, an even bigger move over there. These are pretty significant moves, and I think it reflects optimism, some hope on Wall Street that maybe the Federal Reserve can stop slamming the brakes on the economy with these monster interest rate hikes, which, you know, of course, are raising the risk of a recession. It's also raising borrowing costs for all of us, right? Mortgage rates at 20-year highs. The credit card rate just hit an all-time high. All of that is creating some real pain on Main Street. I would caution, though, this is 1 month.
Right.
The Fed is going to want to see multiple months of consistent improvement before they back off from these rate hikes. But still, this is a step in the right direction.
Yeah, it is. And interesting, too, that among the items you highlighted, used cars, which we saw skyrocket, of course, during the pandemic, and airline tickets, too, which have been really high. A lot of folks looking at that as the holidays come up. So interesting, those are 2 that went down. Matt, appreciate it.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Edgar. Thanks, Jim.
Still to come here, Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy just needs Republicans to win 9 more House seats for him to possibly become Speaker. How he's trying to lock down that position. Next.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy says he now has the votes to win the House majority and therefore to become Speaker.
CNN's Melanie Zanona is on Capitol Hill with more here. So, Melanie, we still don't have a clear answer on who will take control of Congress, but McCarthy isn't wasting any time in his preparations.
No, that's right. Kevin McCarthy has launched an aggressive campaign to lock down the votes for Speaker. I'm told that he has been working the phones ever since yesterday, calling members, asking for their support, making the argument that he is on the verge of delivering the majority, that Republicans have picked up seats under his watch 2 cycles in a row. And he's also been hearing from potential holdouts and critics, hearing what their demands are, listening to them, but not making any promises just yet. I'm also told that he tapped a team of allies to help fan fan out across the party and make these calls and try to whip these support for the speakership. And we also have seen him meeting with both allies and potential critics in his Capitol Hill office here. That includes Marjorie Taylor Greene, someone who has been critical of him in the past. She did not say leaving the meeting whether she would support him for speaker, but sources tell me that there are around 24 members of the pro-Trump House Freedom Caucus who are threatening to vote against McCarthy. They see that they have some leverage here with a slimmer than expected majority, and they want to extract concessions from Kevin McCarthy in exchange for their speaker vote. And the things that they are demanding are everything from more representation on committees, more power, promises related to investigations and impeachment. So we'll see what Kevin McCarthy agrees to. Like I said, he's in listening mode right now. Some of his allies are saying that they're reluctant about the idea of him giving in to these demands because it's a slippery slope. But Kevin McCarthy might have no choice in the matter if he wants to become speaker. Erica, Jim.
House Freedom Caucus has made those demands before. He's refused. Does he have the votes to refuse this time? Melanie Zanona on Capitol Hill. Thanks so much. Still ahead, new exclusive CNN reporting on Russia's latest military moves. The U.S. observed a potential test of a new nuclear-powered torpedo, preparations for such a test, what I'm learning from a senior U.S. official, and why they believe Russia may have run into some technical difficulties. That's coming up. Now, a CNN exclusive. The U.S. observed Russian naval vessels preparing for a possible test of a new nuclear-powered torpedo in recent weeks. A senior official with direct knowledge tells me among the vessels that took part in those preparations was the Belgorod. It's a cruise missile submarine modified for special operations, including launching unmanned underwater vehicles. That includes the Poseidon torpedo, as it's known, seen here. It is a nuclear-powered, unmanned underwater vehicle capable of carrying both conventional and nuclear munitions with a nuclear propulsion system that gives it virtually limitless range. In the last week, those Russian vessels observed leaving the testing area in the Arctic Sea, heading back to port without carrying out a test. The U.S. believes the Russians may have encountered technical difficulties. Joining me now to discuss this and other Russia-Ukraine news, retired Major General Mark Hertling, former commanding general of the U.S. Army Europe and the 7th Army. General, good to have you on.
Good to be with you, Jim. It's interesting items we're talking about this morning, isn't it?
No question. This nuclear torpedo, or really underwater unmanned vehicle here, it's something that Putin himself touted in the State of the Union address in 2018. How significant a weapon is this, and how significant in your view that they wanted, it seems, to carry out a test here but weren't able to?
Yeah, well, we're calling it the Poseidon. The Russians call it, and NATO calls it the Status 6. As you've been showing pictures, it's about 4 feet in diameter, about 14 feet long. But interestingly enough, it has the capability to go literally a couple of thousand miles, first at a slow pace, then at a larger pace, or a faster pace, I'm sorry. It is designed to loiter off of major cities and carry a thermonuclear weapon. Now, what I think we're hearing from the intelligence community is seeing this being loaded up on that Belgorod-class submarine tells me that it was part of the nuclear exercise that Russia so transparently advertised over the last couple of weeks. Coming back into port, again, they may just be transporting it, see what it was like, part of an exercise. Right now, I don't think I would put anything more into it than that. It's not like Russia, in my view, is preparing for a nuclear strike.
Understood. And that's to be clear here. A test, very different from a nuclear strike, and we want to be clear about that. Let's talk about, and by the way, a test without a nuclear detonation device attached to it. Let's talk about the battlefield now in Ukraine. Russian forces significantly withdrawing from Kherson, the only provincial capital that they were able to capture in this ongoing invasion here. How significant a loss is that for Russia, and victory for the Ukrainians?
It's pretty big, Jim. We've been talking about this for weeks as the Ukrainian forces have been attempting to surround those forces that are on the western bank of the Dnipro River. That is where the Russian forces decided, interestingly enough, to take up defensive positions with a large river and a wide river at their back. They have attempted now to get across that river onto the eastern side of Kherson province and setting up multiple layers of defensive positions across that. What you've got to understand is it will certainly allow the Ukrainian forces to liberate some of those cities on the western bank of the Dnipro, but at the same time, it would be very difficult right now for the Ukrainian forces to conduct what would be the equivalent of an amphibious assault to get across that river. At the same time, there's fighting going on elsewhere, and all of it seems to be in the momentum of the Ukraine forces.
We have heard some public discussion now of the potential for talks to end this war. Responding to those talks, you hear Ukrainian officials once again saying the condition for settlement is that Russia leaves all occupied territories. They're not willing to trade land, in effect, for peace here. Do you see a change in the attitude towards negotiations, particularly from Western partners and the U.S., and do you see any sort of unstated pressure here on Ukraine to think about talking?
I do not, Jim, and I've been reading the reports in a lot of journals and magazines and newspapers as well. And I think these are a lot of pundits saying, hey, there's an opportunity here as winter is coming up. The Russian forces have been beaten in several battlefield fronts. It's time for Ukraine to take a look at that. I think the Biden administration has been perfectly clear from the very beginning that they will take Ukraine's lead in terms of negotiation. Now, Mr. Zelensky has made it very clear. He wants to regain the sovereignty of his territory, interestingly, including Crimea, something that will certainly put Mr. Putin in the defensive position. But I got to tell you, Russia has not been very good in terms of any of the operations they have conducted. They have continued to fail in even attempting to regenerate and move their forces around. So there could be a potential opportunity for negotiation. But again, I believe the United States is going to stand firmly behind President Zelensky in what he and the Ukrainian people want to do.
There had been some concern among Democrats and frankly, Republicans that I've spoken with that a Republican win in this election here in the U.S. would, if not put an end to, make it far more difficult to get new money, new weapon systems to the Ukrainians, at least get the votes to do so, to spend that kind of money. It does appear still the Republicans will take the House here. Do you think that this puts in jeopardy future financial and military assistance for Ukraine from the U.S.?
It's certainly going to put a different...
We may have lost. Oh, there he is. Sorry, finish your thought, Mark. You disappeared for a moment, just quickly.
Yeah, sorry. We have seen that politics always play a part in funding combat, funding operations. With a new political body, there may be additional discussions about that. And truthfully, Jim, as we all know, all of the Western forces have dedicated a lot of equipment, training personnel, as well as ammunition to this fight. So I'm sure that a new group of politicians believing they're in charge will have more debates about this. But we have been pretty clear about saying we need to defend this from a values-based perspective and a sovereignty of another country.
Major General Mark Hertling, glad you rode out Hurricane Nicole. Thanks so much for joining us.
Quite welcome, Jim. Thank you.
Still to come here, President Biden heading overseas today for a high-stakes summit with global implications. We'll take a look at what's on that agenda.
Later tonight, President Biden will head to Egypt for the United Nations Convention on Climate Change.
Now, much of the focus during the COP27 summit, as it's known, will be those suspended climate talks between the U.S. and China. CNN's chief climate correspondent, Bill, we are following all of this for us. So, Biden is arriving at this time, having passed some substantial domestic legislation. There is still a lot at stake here, though.
A lot. Levels of CO2 in the atmosphere are all-time highs. Temperatures on Earth, the average ones, are now at all-time highs. And it's interesting to point out the Paris Accords would not have happened without the U.S. and China getting together beforehand and saying, look, the U.S. says we're the historic #1 emitter of this planet-cooking pollution. China, you're #1 currently. We get it. We're on it. The rest of the world comes along. Since Nancy Pelosi went to Taiwan, they're not talking to each other anymore. And there's a sense among economists, especially with the semiconductor war, that they might be pulling back and saying, we don't need this partnership the way they did. And that's inconvenient because solar prices have come down 90% in the last decade, thanks in large part to Chinese manufacturing. So if the whole supply chain is going to change, President Biden expected to announce he's going to make sure all U.S. contractors now adhere to the Paris Accord goals and decarbonize. That's going to be really hard if you can't buy cheap Chinese solar panels in the near term anyway. So there's a lot going on. He's able to go there and say the world, America's back. We passed this Inflation Reduction Act. But again, it's a lot of incentives to pull clean energy along and spread it out, which up until now has depended on a U.S.-Chinese relationship.
Bill, can the U.S. and China do it independently of each other, or must it be together via some sort of agreement?
I mean, it's just the two biggest economies, if they're collaborating, it just makes things that much easier. If they're competitors and are pushing markets along and the smartest ideas are winning and scaling on a massive scale. But now if we have to set up a relationship with Vietnam or other countries, it just sort of delays things. And what you see at these COPs is when there's frustration because the whole world can't come to the same ideas, these little alliances break off. The U.S. just joined like the OPEC of wind with Holland and some other countries to help ramp up wind production. But in Costa Rica just backed away from something they started at Glasgow last year to be, along with Denmark, the first country to move past oil and gas. So because of Putin's war, because of the energy crisis we're going through now, it's so much harder. The mood has changed in just a year. The stranglehold of fossil fuels is still there. And the loss and damage thing is starting to move a little bit. The big countries are starting to reach for the check they promised to pay almost a dozen years ago. But there's a lot for the president to do to win over hearts and minds.
Yeah, there really is. Bill, appreciate it. Thank you.
You bet.
Very good Thursday morning to you. I'm Jim Sciutto.
And I'm Erica Hill. Right now, votes still being counted in critical, as yet undecided House and Senate races. Those races will help to determine which party will ultimately control Congress. An election night red wave didn't materialize for Republicans. They are on track, though, this morning to win a narrow majority in the House. Again, though, we have a lot of seats that haven't been called. 35 uncalled House races. Republicans are leading in 11 seats. They're going to need 9 here to retake the majority.
All right, in the Senate, much tighter. Republicans currently have 49 seats confirmed. Democrats with 48. Control now depends on 3 states. 2 of those, Nevada and Arizona, still too close to call. Georgia, it's headed to a December runoff after neither candidate managed to get 50% of the vote. Back to Georgia. Erica.
Back to Georgia.
Determine everything. Yeah.
Deja vu all over again. Let's start this hour in Nevada, where thousands of votes remain to be counted. CNN's Rosa Flores is live for us this morning in Clark County. So what is the latest in terms of outstanding votes this morning, Rosa?
It's difficult to tell, Erica, and that's the point that officials have been making, is that they just don't know exactly how many ballots are out there, because this is the first midterm that Nevada has universal mail ballots. All that means is that every registered voter, all 1.8 million of them, received a ballot in the mail unless they opted out. And so long as they place that ballot inside a mailbox and it got postmarked on election day, it could be counted until Saturday. And so that's why there's this uncertainty, and the races here right now are razor thin. Let me go through those really quickly with you, because in the U.S. Senate, Republican Adam Laxalt has a less than 3% margin ahead of Democratic incumbent Catherine Cortez Masto. That's razor thin. The governor's race, Joe Lombardo, the Republican, has a less than 5% gain over the incumbent governor, Democrat Steve Sisolak. The Secretary of State race, Jim Marchant, the Republican, has a less than 1% lead over Cisco Aguilar, the Democrat. Now, this is what we've been hearing from officials here in Nevada. It is just unclear exactly how many ballots are out there. They are, of course, waiting to count all of them, and there are tens of thousands, Jim and Erica, that we know for sure. There's about 80,000 of those that we heard from the Clark County registrar yesterday. These were either in the hundreds of drop boxes that had not been counted on election day, or they were mail ballots that were received and are yet to be completely processed. And so those tens of thousands are still not reflected in the results that we just talked about. So clear as mud at this point.
Yeah, and as always, a lot more votes to be counted, but that's the important part. Rosa Flores, thanks very much.
In Georgia, the two top Senate candidates will face off again on December 6th in a runoff race that could determine control of the Senate. How do we get there? Well, neither Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock nor GOP challenger Herschel Walker reached that 50% plus one threshold, so it automatically triggers that runoff there. Control of the Senate, as we mentioned, potentially on the line here. And perhaps not surprisingly, plenty of money already being poured into the state in both campaigns.
All right. So let's break down the numbers. A closer look at what we're seeing, particularly in these outstanding races in Arizona and Nevada. CNN anchor John Berman at the Magic Wall. You did such a great job, as you always do, last hour. So walk us through, and folks like me who need it slowly, walk us through the math.
All right, believe me, I need it more slowly than everyone. It's taken me hours to work this math up. And just one thing I want to point out, what Erica was saying, it may come down to the runoff in Georgia in December, or maybe not, right? Because you have Nevada and Arizona, which are still uncalled. If either party wins both Nevada and Arizona, they would control the U.S. Senate no matter what happens in the runoff election in Georgia. I want to focus this hour in on Arizona, what's happening there and what could happen. Right now, Mark Kelly, the Democratic incumbent, leads by 95,000 votes. Actually, his lead grew as more ballots were processed overnight in Maricopa and Pima counties. I'm going to give you the percentages there of what happened last night in just a second. What I want to show you is how Blake Masters could potentially, depending on how the rest of the vote comes in, make up that gap. So let's put up the blackboard here for a second if we can. We think there are 560,000 votes remaining. I'm going to write that down. 560,000 votes remaining. If he were to win, Blake Masters, 60% of the remaining vote, let's do times 60% here, that would give him 336,000 votes. The important number here, which I will write down for you, is that would net him, and I got to put my glasses on for this, that would be a net of roughly 112,000 votes, which you can see is greater than the margin separating them now. So if you're Blake Masters, like, oh, that's a good thing, but, let me swipe this out here. And this is why I want to tell you what happened last night. There were more ballots counted in Maricopa County last night. 61,000 votes counted in Maricopa County. And I told you that Blake Masters, he's looking at 60%. Well, who got more votes in that batch that was counted overnight? It was actually the Democrat, Mark Kelly, who got 55%. So in the ballots that were counted last night, Blake Masters not hitting the numbers he would need there. The same thing was true in the South, in Pima County, where there were 13,000 votes counted last night. Within that batch, Mark Kelly, not Blake Masters, got 67%. So if you're looking at this, and you're Mark Kelly, you're thinking, oh, that's a good thing. But on the other hand, I've given you the one hand, the other hand, now back to both hands here. We just don't know the remaining 560,000 votes, what that will look like. In Arizona, historically, the last few elections, the later the ballots have arrived, the more Republican they have been. We're waiting till tonight to see that batch, what that looks like, to get a sense of what direction this might be headed. But what I wanted to show you there is the path for Blake Masters if it goes a certain way.
John Berman breaking it down. We'll be watching in the coming days. Thanks so much.
And as we all wait here to see just how those votes are going to fall, President Biden is already touting Democrats' midterm performance, calling it a good day for democracy.
CNN White House correspondent MJ Lee outside the White House. And MJ, this is an expectations game. They obviously outperformed expectations, but still appear poised to lose the House and the Senate still hanging in the balance. So what is the sales pitch in effect post-election from the president?
Well, you heard directly from the president yesterday. You saw him sounding victorious and defiant, unlike a number of his predecessors who, after their first midterm elections, had to really promise a major course direction change for the country. The president saying that regardless of who ends up controlling Congress, he is going to largely stay the course. He said he's willing to continue working with members across the aisle on important issues like bringing down inflation, national security issues. He also said that he is very much prepared to exercise his veto power if he sees Republican efforts to undo some of his major accomplishments. This is a little bit more of how he talked about how he plans to govern in the next 2 years. Listen.
What in the next 2 years do you intend to do differently to change people's opinion of the direction of the country, particularly as you contemplate a run for president in 2024?
Nothing, because they're just finding out what we're doing. The more they know about what we're doing, the more support there is. The problem is, the major piece of legislation we passed, and some of it bipartisan, takes time to be recognized. So I'm not going to change the direction.
Now, one area where he, of course, acknowledged there is so much more work to do was on the economy. He said that he understands a lot of families across the country are still feeling very frustrated and feeling a lot of pain. And just looking ahead, he does go abroad tonight, in part to attend the G20 summit in Indonesia. So we're going to get a pretty good sense of how he now talks to foreign leaders about what is at stake in the U.S. now that the midterm elections are sort of kind of behind him, though we are, of course, still waiting for the full results.
Yeah, never seems to end on the night. MJ Lee at the White House, thanks so much.
Well, you just heard there, President Biden doesn't have any plans to change direction. But what about the GOP? There is plenty of speculation this morning that a possible GOP primary showdown between former President Trump and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is more and more likely. A face-off President Biden says would be interesting.
Who do you think would be the tougher competitor, Ron DeSantis or former President Trump? And how is that factoring into your decision?
It'll be fun watching them take on each other.
Fun to watch. Joining us now, CNN politics reporter and editor-at-large Chris Cillizza. So, President Trump, former President Trump, may be feeling heat a little bit after Republicans appear to have underdelivered. That, of course, is not how he's spinning it. Important to note. Conservative media also has a pretty interesting take on these results.
Yeah, I'm using this term advisedly. There are some cracks in Donald Trump's support among conservative media. I want to show the New York Post cover. Donald Trump as Humpty Dumpty, that he had a big fall. This is the New York Post being the New York Post. I mean, let's not say this is the entire conservative movement, but it is worth noting that on the day after the election, they had a headline about Ron DeSantis and how strong he was. On the second day after the election, they have a headline about Donald Trump and maybe him losing his grip on the Republican Party. On a more serious note, the Wall Street Journal editorial board has an editorial that makes the point that I've tried to make to people over and over again, just in pointing out Donald Trump's record. He's won one race, 2016. He lost the House and the Senate during his time in office for Republicans, and he lost the 2020 presidential race. Then you go to 2022, there have been losses there too. So I think you're seeing, Erica, some elements of discontent within the Republican Party about Donald Trump. I hesitate to say that's the entire party. I think we have to be careful in making generalizations like that, but there's at least some.
Yeah, and remember, on January 7th, 2021, there were a lot of folks who were pronouncing the end of the Trump reign, as it were, and things changed in the wake of that. All right, when we look at a potential Trump-DeSantis showdown here, first of all, is that realistic, right? Does DeSantis openly step up to him? And what does it look like?
I do think it's realistic. I think Ron DeSantis is putting the pieces together to run. I want to cite a couple things from the exit polling, and this gets to the be careful of generalizations about Donald Trump. In the exit polling, 73% of Republicans had a favorable opinion of him. 23% had an unfavorable opinion. So he's still a popular figure within the party. Let's not say, it's all over for Donald Trump. But I want to go to the Ron DeSantis number, if we can pop that up. In Florida, he was asked, would you want Ron DeSantis to run for president? These are people who know him. 72% said yes. So I think there is some momentum for DeSantis. He raised a ton of money, $200 million for his campaign. He has a lot of that money still left on hand. He had a huge night compared to the Republicans more generally, and compared to Trump more generally. So I actually think we may see this fight, and I think Donald Trump is a little worried about this fight with Ron DeSantis, which is not a trait that we usually associate with him.
No, it's not. We also won't hear it out loud, but
no.
But wouldn't be surprised if he was a little worried. Chris Cillizza, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
We will hear the attacks and the nicknames. Coming up next, I'm going to speak live with Republican Congressman and member of the January 6th Committee, Adam Kinzinger, what role he believes the former president played in these midterm results and how a Trump-DeSantis showdown looks to him.
Plus, we're going to take you back live to Florida. The state once again hit by a major storm. We'll take a look at the latest track. This is now Tropical Storm Nicole, but of course it made landfall as a Category 1 hurricane early this morning.
This morning, former President Trump continuing to get much of the blame for Republicans' failed red wave on election night. It comes after a long list of election deniers that he handpicked and endorsed lost their races. The Wall Street Journal editorial board wrote this morning a piece titled, "Trump is the Republican Party's biggest loser." It reads, we're quoting here, "Since his unlikely victory in 2016 against the widely disliked Hillary Clinton, Mr. Trump has a perfect record of electoral defeat. The GOP was pounded in the 2018 midterms owing to his low approval rating. Mr. Trump himself lost in 2020. Then he sabotaged Georgia's 2021 runoffs by blaming party leaders for not somehow overturning his defeat. That gave Democrats control of the Senate." Joining me now to discuss, Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger of Illinois. Congressman, thanks so much for taking the time this morning.
Yeah, you bet. Good to be with you.
You've heard the Wall Street Journal editorial, that criticism not limited to that newspaper. And I should note, you've been saying for some time that support for Trump among GOP voters is weakening. Is this election, in effect, the fourth in a row that Trump as leader of the party has lost? Is it for the former president?
No, I don't think this is it. I think it's going to take a number of losses for the GOP to kind of fully exercise, if you will, the Trump influence, the Trump thing. And, we'll see what happens. This is definitely a blow to him. And while it's generally, I guess probably it'll be a decent election for Republicans, likely to take the majority, possible to take the Senate, it's not what was expected. So I think there's going to have to be a lot more hits to Trump. Look, here's going to be the real question that we've got to watch over the next week. Does Donald Trump try to throw Kevin McCarthy under the bus for this? Which, of course, he will, because it's never Donald Trump's fault. That's what's going to be kind of rich to watch, frankly.
If he throws McCarthy under the bus, is McCarthy not the incoming Speaker of the House?
I think it's very likely. I mean, again, McCarthy's put together, I think, a pretty strong play for Speaker, even in a tight majority. But where Donald Trump can have an influence is if he decides people like Jim Jordan, Matt Gaetz, the typical crew cannot vote for him and must have some kind of a play of denying him the speakership. That's where you can see that happen. It's also quite possible they just give Kevin the speakership and make his life, frankly, a living hell over the next year or two.
Okay, let's talk about effect on the race for the GOP nomination in 2024. You have said that this makes that race wide open, that it might open a path for a moderate candidate not named Trump or even DeSantis, who a lot of folks are talking about. Who exactly? Who has a potential path to that nomination?
So that's what I don't know. And I think, you can look at names like Tim Scott, who I think is, can really bring a different kind of perspective to the GOP. There's people probably we're not even talking about. The question is who really has the courage to do it? Because even when you're looking at the DeSantis thing, he had a very strong night. The question is, does he now turn around and take on Donald Trump? You're going to make most of the base of the party upset. You're going to have to win that fight. So I think that's the real question, is who's got the courage to do it and who's going to go out there with a strong message. And to win in a primary, the message can't be, that necessarily Trump is awful, even though many of us believe that. It's got to be, hey, it's time to move on. Here's a vision for the future. Because the one thing the Republican Party has been lacking is a vision for the future or an ideas for the future. We've got to get back to that.
Do you run in 2024 for the Republican nomination?
No, it's certainly not my intention. I'd never rule anything out, but I'm excited to, frankly, be out of the House. I have an organization, Country First, by the way, country1st.com. And we're going to do what we've been doing, taking on toxic tribalism, because there is a ton of stuff that actually unites us as Americans, but nobody's talking about it. We just focus on what divides us.
Does a Trump-DeSantis battle for the Republican nomination weaken both of them as potential Republican candidates in 2024?
I would say no for DeSantis, yes for Trump. I mean, the thing that Trump has going for him is everybody's too scared to take him on. And those of us that do, end up getting excommunicated from the party. So if you have somebody that ends up taking him on, that actually ends up with quite a big following in the GOP, that's devastating to Donald Trump. For DeSantis, if he does it and he comes out on top, I think it refines him. It helps him to build his own brand. But let's keep in mind, every time at this point in time in a race, in a primary, the front runner has never ended up being the nominee. You know, you think of basically every election back. Maybe a different situation now, but that's kind of what we look at.
It's a good point. You heard President Biden when asked if he's going to course correct it all following this election, because, by the way, it looks like the Democrats will at least lose the House here. He said, I'm not going to do anything. He said, I'll do nothing. Are he and Democrats missing a lesson from this election as well?
Yeah, they really are. And this is their big risk that they run, is that they had a better than expected election. And so it's, hey, we're doing everything right. Look, it's not. I mean, I think the January 6th committee, I think the attack on Paul Pelosi had an impact and dampened kind of Republican turnout, also, you know, invigorated Democratic turnout plus abortion. But look, inflation is a huge issue still. The border is a huge issue. Crime is a huge issue. And look in Wisconsin, the Democrats lost to Ron Johnson, one of the most disliked politicians in the country, because they put up the wrong candidate. Democrats still have to put up people that can attract the center. You guys would have crushed Ron Johnson if you'd have put up a different candidate.
And they lost a lot of seats in normally blue New York in the House as well. Final question, you mentioned the January 6th committee. As you well know, committee gave Trump more time to turn over subpoenaed documents, and he remains under subpoena, we should note, for his own testimony. Is it likely, is it realistic that he testifies to your committee?
Well, again, we'll have to see. It's expected. I mean, it's the law. You know, if he doesn't, he'll have to answer to the American people for that, because our time is limited on this committee. We're going to continue this investigation as long as we can. Really, I think a lot of the focus now is looking at DOJ and what they're going to do. But let me be clear, it is the law that Donald Trump show up to our committee to speak to us.
Congressman Adam Kinzinger, good to have you on this morning. Thanks so much.
You bet. Good to see you.
Still to come here, from advertising struggles to a chaotic rollout of the new pay for verification process. What is Twitter owner Elon Musk's new message as the company faces fresh scrutiny? Tropical storm Nicole weakening right now after slamming into Florida's east coast early this morning as a Category 1 hurricane. Still, though, churning up plenty of storm surge, hitting the state with those heavy rains and powerful wind gusts.
CNN's Layla Santiago, she is now in New Smyrna Beach, Florida this hour. Layla, people there still recovering, sadly, from Ian a few weeks ago. I wonder what you're seeing there now.
Right, when we last checked in with you last hour, we were over in Titusville. Now we've moved further north to continue assessing the damage, which is what officials are going to be doing all day today. So let's take a walk and show you exactly what it looks like here in New Smyrna Beach, which is part of Volusia County. You can see how the water continues to rise, which earlier today, emergency officials had said they were really concerned about high tide and what was coming in terms of the water here. And let's pan over and show you part of the reason why that's such a concern. The flooding that all of the officials warned about is now really starting to add up, and I can see it more as expected. Now, as you mentioned, Jim, this is an area, I know we focused a lot on the southwestern part of Florida when Hurricane Ian sort of decimated the state, but this is an area that also had quite a bit of flooding. So it was already vulnerable from what happened 6 weeks ago. Enter Nicole. So now we have more rain, more water, more winds, wind gusts. I mean, just take a look at this tree right above. You can see that this is far from over. The wind gusts still coming in as the back end of Nicole makes its way through where we are right now. So as I mentioned, this is Volusia County. The other major concern here, especially in Volusia County, coastal erosion. I mean, take a look at some of the images that we have from homes and structures that were deemed unsafe, directly correlated to coastal erosion. Homes that are just teetering right there on the edge and in danger of going in. So they are dealing with power outages as well across the state. Before the storm hit, they had 1,600 linemen on standby ready to go. But the big portion of the storm right now, what's impacting people where we are right now, is the potential power outages
the flooding as well as the coastal erosion.
Leila Santiago, good to have you there. Please keep yourself and your team safe.
Facebook's parent company Meta says it will now lay off 11,000 employees. That's the most significant job cuts we've seen in the tech giant's history. CEO Mark Zuckerberg announced the news in a blog post. It comes less than a week, of course, after Twitter drastically reduced its workforce by half. So how could these troubles in the tech arena potentially signal other concerns? Sarah Fisher joins us now. She's a media reporter with Axios and a CNN media analyst. We should point out it's Facebook, it's Twitter, but we also have Amazon, Lyft, Apple. I have to say, parts of this bring me back to, I was a young reporter in San Francisco during the dot-com boom and then the bust, and we remember the ripple effect that that had on the economy. Is there more to come specifically in the tech sector and media companies?
Yeah, well, I think it's going to have that same kind of ripple effect. And for the main reason that the tech sector was lifting up the S&P 500, it was lifting up the markets. And so when you start to see these mass layoffs, mass cost-cutting measures, it should be sending a big signal about where we are in the economy. But of course, Meta is the latest of a string of tech giants that have announced measures. I don't think we're going to see many other major layoffs announced. However, we don't know where the economy is going.
Right.
If we hit a recession, it could get worse.
Then all bets are off at that point. When we look specifically at Twitter, I mean, I would say it's every day something new, but it feels like multiple times a day there's something new. But this new Bloomberg report that Elon Musk sent out, the very first email he has sent to his employees saying there's no sugarcoating this, the economic outlook isn't good, they should prepare for difficult times ahead, says he's ending remote work, prioritizing bot suspension. I have to say what struck me about this is the first email he sent to his employees.
Yes.
His messaging has been terrible. I think if we're being kind, the way that you garner, right? There are concerns about morale. The way you garner trust of your employees and loyalty, especially in a difficult time, just talk to them.
Absolutely, and he's been talking to everyone else. He's been talking to advertisers in the advertising community. He's been talking to different stakeholders publicly on Twitter. So it's not like the employees don't see that he's out there talking to other constituents. He's not talking to them. Now, that email that you mentioned was really interesting to me because it was a little bit contradictory. On one hand, he says, we need to go all in on subscriptions because advertising revenue is not going to be enough to get us over this potential recession hump. But on the other hand, he's saying, well, we still need advertising, so I still need to be courting these advertisers, and we still need to do more there on product. The question becomes, is Elon Musk going to get in his own way? You might try to innovate as much product as you want, but if you're tweeting misinformation about Paul Pelosi's attack, advertisers don't want to be around that.
Well, and we saw that, right? He has been reaching out to advertisers. We've learned this new blue check verification is not going so well, as you can see just by looking at the platform. There are plenty of theories out there. Number one being he has no idea what he's doing and doesn't understand how the company runs. Number two being maybe he wants to run it into the ground. I think if we just pull back that 30,000-foot view, is it also just sadly that we're watching the demise of this company?
No, I don't think it's the demise of the company. I think that Elon Musk is a product guy, not a policy guy. And so when he comes in, he wants to move fast and break things like a Silicon Valley entrepreneur. He wants to lay off people, bring his own people in, and experiment with products in real time. And by the way, that's how you innovate fast. So to give him credit. The challenge, though, is that Twitter is not a hardware company. Twitter is a software company, and if you're going to move fast and break things, the ripple effect, the repercussion is felt instantly and in real time. And so oftentimes we're seeing these weird verification updates have backlashes. You know, people are signing up to be verified who are spoof accounts. And it's happening so fast, and their policies, their enforcement is not moving quick enough to catch up to it. That's Elon Musk's greatest flaw. But I'm trying to remain hopeful and bullish for Twitter because it's such an important, town square, public town square, not just for us in the U.S., but around the world.
Yeah. Great to see you.
Good to see you.
All right, control of the U.S. Senate still up for grabs, and a critical race in Arizona still close to call. An update on the latest numbers in that state coming up. Right now, in the state of Arizona, CNN estimates some 600,000 votes remain to be counted as the state's Senate and gubernatorial races remained still too close to call. Incumbent Democratic Senator Mark Kelly does have the edge over his GOP challenger Blake Masters by, at this point, roughly 95,000 votes.
Democrat Katie Hobbs locked in a neck-and-neck battle for governor with Trump ally Carrie Lake. Hobbs is currently leading by around 13 100,000 votes. Joining me now to talk all things election and what's next, CNN national political reporter Maeve Reston and CNN political analyst Rachel Bate, co-author of Politico's Playbook. Nice to see you both. Rachel, welcome back from maternity leave. So as we look at where we're at this morning, I think it's fascinating. I'm here in New York State. When you look at the fact that 4 seats, Rachel, were flipped in New York, New York Times headline, if Democrats lose the House, they may have New York to blame. Rachel, it's not just about redistricting. What is the takeaway from these New York House seats?
Yeah, I mean, look, Democrats are furious right now at leaders in New York right now, specifically this judge who sort of overruled this map they had originally carved out in New York. Originally, Democrats were looking to use the redistricting process there to pick up multiple Republican seats, thinking they could actually use it as a place to help them stave off a huge Republican wave. Well, the seats that they carved up were struck down by a court, as you know, who said it was too overtly partisan and put in place a map that was frankly terrible for Democrats. And so there's a lot of sort of finger pointing out there in New York right now, because had things gone differently, even Republicans are saying that Democrats could have likely kept the House. You saw Elif Stefanik saying that New York is the reason Republicans are going to flip the House. And, you know, Democrats agree right now, and it's causing a lot of internal turmoil.
That'll be part of their internal soul searching, I guess, as they move forward. I was also fascinated, Maeve, you spent a lot of time in Arizona, a lot of time in Nevada, speaking to voters, but specifically talking to women, talking to independents. What was most important to them?
Well, it was far and away inflation, Erica, but it's interesting that the gubernatorial race that we're watching so closely, the Kari Lake, Katie Hobbs race, is still looking so close, because what it suggests is that those pushes in the end to get Democratic voters to turn out on the issue of abortion, for example, and on the democracy argument after, you know, Kari Lake had made so many statements echoing President Trump's lies about the 2020 election, that may really be playing a role here in the end in helping to keep this race really close. And of course, there are all of those independents in Arizona who constantly swing elections. Kyrsten Sinema, John McCain are all great examples of folks who really went after those voters. And so right now we're just trying to see what's going to happen. I mean, obviously there are still so many ballots outstanding in Maricopa County, and it's hard to know exactly what the party breakdown is on those. If you remember from 2020, things actually tightened up for Biden in the end as the counting went on. And so we may end up seeing a lot of ticket splitters there, but it's just fascinating to watch.
Yeah, it really is. You know, as we look at where things are moving, as we wait for these final House races, I know that there is already, the jockeying is already happening by Kevin McCarthy, right? He's trying to make sure that he's ready to go, that he has the votes for Speaker. I found it interesting this morning. Georgia's Lieutenant Governor Duncan said this morning on CNN this morning that the Republicans have a window of opportunity here, but said the first 100 days really can't be about Trump's agenda or basically his list of grievances, Rachel. But that could actually impact McCarthy's run for Speaker.
Yeah, look, because election night was such a disappointment for Republicans who were expecting a bigger margin, a bigger red wave, McCarthy's going to have a real hard time as Speaker. I think, you know, a lot of insiders believe, and I report this in Playbook this morning, that he will eventually get the Speaker's gavel, but because of the thin margin and the fact that they could only have, say, you know, half a dozen seats more than Democrats, he's going to be really held captive to the far right wing of his party, to the sort of Trump acolytes who are going to try to lord their votes over his head. There's currently discussion about running a candidate against him for Speaker to try to get him to promise to put certain priorities on the floor and put people like these MAGA Republicans on powerful committee posts to allow them to reinstate certain rules that basically would make sure that McCarthy listens to their every whim. And so even if McCarthy has like a certain agenda that he wants to start with, I mean, he's talked about the border, he's talked about getting rid of this influx of IRS agents that Democrats had put in place to try to crack down on the tax gap. If he wants to focus on that,
The problem is he's going to really be choked around by these members who, because of the slim number of Republicans in this majority, are really going to have an outsized sway over what they do.
It'll be interesting to see what that jockeying looks like if, in fact, Republicans do take the House with a tight majority. We saw how publicly it played out between progressives and more moderate Democrats. If they could be watching the same thing between conservatives and more moderate Republicans there. Is the audit already starting from those you've spoken to in the Democratic Party about lessons learned here that they're taking to 24?
I mean, absolutely. You know, you look around the country at some of these races where Republicans made gains again, or took areas back in the suburbs that were so difficult for them during the Trump years. And of course, that was because of the economic climate, but also because of the arguments that Republicans made on crime. A lot of people, as we've talked about many times, really don't feel safe right now. And Democrats never really had a good response to that. I think that's definitely a huge issue in what we saw in Democrats losing a lot of those New York House seats. So there's going to have to be a conversation about how to repair their image around those issues, and that's already starting right now.
Maeve Reston, Rachel Bade, nice to see you both this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Overseas now, the Russians in retreat from a key city, a major one in Ukraine. But one Ukrainian official is warning that Russia plans to turn that city, Kherson, into a, quote, city of death. We're going to be live in Ukraine next.
This morning, caution from Ukraine about Russia's announcement it's withdrawing troops from Kherson. The Ukrainian military just liberated a town that lies on the main road to the Russian-occupied Kherson. But as Russian forces pull back to the Dnipro River, a senior Ukrainian official warns Russia wants to, quote, turn Kherson into a city of death.
In an exclusive interview with CNN, the Ukrainian president says he is now preparing for all possibilities.
So they're ready to defend this region, and they're not ready to leave the city. And the fact that they are in these homes means that they are seriously preparing. But we are also seriously prepared for these developments. But we're not considering this as just one single operation. We have a strategy and different directions.
CNN international diplomatic editor Nick Robertson is in Ukraine. Nick, a big question amid Russia's retreat from Kherson. Is this a big victory for Ukraine? It was, by the way, the biggest provincial city taken by Russia in the whole invasion.
It's huge. It's significant. It's symbolic. It's a big blow to President Putin's prestige back home. It's a political liability for him. The Russian military are trying to spin this as a strategic withdrawal to save troops, men and materiel. But we know the sort of callous and calamitous way they've treated troops so far. So that's hard to buy. Russian troops retreating have said it's because they couldn't resupply, get enough ammunition, get enough food in to keep them on that side of the river. But for Putin, this was a city, a capital city of a region that less than 6 weeks ago he declared part of Russia, illegally declared it part of Russia. What we understand from Ukrainian officials today is they expect to have to fight to take Kherson, but in the space of just today, they've taken over 100 square miles, taken control of 12 villages. At the moment, they're about 10 miles away from Kherson, and the evidence is that the Russians are withdrawing, according to their military, to a plan, but it's not clear what happens when the Ukrainians get to Kherson city itself. Is it going to be mined? Is it going to be booby-trapped? We know that the Russians have very heavily looted it, taken money from banks, taken equipment from hospitals, taken fire trucks from fire stations. So what will they find is unclear, but it does seem they are very much on the way to getting there, Jim.
No question, Nick Robertson. Good to have you there. Please do stay safe.
Thanks so much for joining us today. I'm Erica Hill.
Always good to be with Erica. I'm Jim Sciutto. At this hour with Kate Baldwin starts right after a quick break.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Baldwin. At this hour, control of Congress remains in limbo. We are watching very closely the key races where votes are still being counted. Let's take a look at the balance of power as it stands. Right now, Democrats still have, at this moment, 48 seats. That is that one pickup they got in Pennsylvania. Republicans have 49. Three races still undecided, including in Arizona, where Democratic Senator Mark Kelly, he is holding a slight lead still over Republican Blake Masters. In Nevada, Republican challenger Adam Laxalt is holding a narrow lead over the Democratic incumbent, Senator Catherine Cortez Masto. And the Senate race in Georgia, it is officially headed for a runoff again. So Republicans in this moment, they are edging closer to winning the House with a slim majority, but that is definitely not decided at this hour. Kevin McCarthy already making moves to secure his potential next post as Speaker of the House. And President Biden, he is celebrating the midterm results today, the red wave that never materialized. We have reporters in all of the key locations across the country with the very latest updates. Let's begin with John Berman. On the race is still too close to call. Where does it stand right now?
Well, you just laid it out, Kate. Right now, Georgia is headed to a runoff, and you have these two remaining races, Nevada and Arizona. One thing I want to point out is that if one party wins both of these races, it will give them control of the Senate no matter what happens in Georgia. So let's look at what's gone on over the last 12 hours in each place. The incumbent Adam Laxalt has a 15,000 vote lead over Catherine Cortez Masto. His lead actually shrunk overnight. He'd been ahead by about 23,000. Why did that lead shrink? Because in Washoe County, where Reno is, there were 20,000 mail votes that were counted last night and processed, and Masto won that. Cortez Masto won that significantly with 61% of the vote. There were also ballots processed down here in Clark County, the most populous county in the state. And in this batch of about 14,000 votes, she netted 14,000 right there. Sorry, there were 14,000 votes counted, and she won 65%. And that is how she was able to cut into the lead that had been held by Blake Masters. Now, how much vote is left in Nevada? This is the trick. We don't know for sure. Why? Because mail-in ballots can arrive until Saturday, and they will be counted as long as they were postmarked by Tuesday. But you've seen estimates ranging as high as 160,000. It could be as low as 120,000. If Cortez Masto continues to win the mail-in votes at that clip, she could overtake Adam Laxalt. Here in Arizona, very quickly, Mark Kelly leading by 95,000 votes. He grew his lead overnight as ballots were processed in Pima County right here, also in Maricopa County. What you need to know about Arizona, there are a lot of votes left to count. 560,000 votes left to count, and we don't know which way they will skew necessarily. 2 years ago, Donald Trump did well with the late arriving mail vote, and we're trying to get a better sense of exactly which vote remains. Kate.
560,000 votes still to be counted. Unfortunately, that also means patience is still required for everyone as we're now going into extra innings. It's great to see you, John. All right, let's get the very latest from Arizona on the ground, where election officials, as John was just laying out, they've got hundreds of thousands of ballots that they still need to count. Sarah Seidner in Phoenix for us at this hour. Sarah, what's happening now?
Kate, it feels like Groundhog Day. We are back in the same spot we've been in for hours and hours and hours with very similar numbers. You just heard John Berman there tell you 560,000 votes still left to count in the entire state. The bulk of those votes, 400,000 to 410,000 votes, still need to be counted here, and they're from Maricopa County. Now, Maricopa County is the most populous county, so that all makes sense. But you should know that in this county, about 85% of people vote early. So what you are seeing are some of those mail-in votes that people walked in. They got their envelopes from the mail, they filled everything out, and then those come into this tabulation center, and they have to unsheath them, they have to check and verify that the signatures are correct and match, and that's why this process takes a little bit longer. In about a few minutes, the counting will begin again here in Maricopa County, and we'll start getting some numbers, but we will not be hearing about the new numbers until this evening our time and this evening your time. Everyone is waiting to see, but what we are seeing from the latest vote drop that came here is that the races are getting even tighter. So tighter and tighter, which means we'll be here longer and longer before we know who the winners are.
It's great to see you, Sarah. Thank you very much for being there. So in Nevada, election officials also working through the vote count. Tens of thousands of outstanding ballots there as well. The Senate and governor's races, they both hang in the balance in that great state. Rosa Flores is in Las Vegas for us. Rosa, what are you hearing there?
You know, Kate, here it's just a nail biter. That's all you have to hear. The races were tight yesterday. Well, buckle up because they're even tighter today. In the race for the U.S. Senate here in Nevada, Republican Adam Laxalt is in the lead by less than 3%, and his margin shrunk overnight. And it was of the ballots that came in, they were in favor of the Democrat incumbent Catherine Cortez Masto. Of course, there's still tens of thousands of ballots remaining. In the governor's race, the Republican Joe Lombardo is ahead by a 1% margin. Think about that 1% margin. That's why these candidates hanging on every single ballot out there. And if you're wondering why are there so many tens of thousands, and quite frankly, officials say that they don't know exactly how many ballots are out there in Nevada, that's because in 2020, Nevada went to universal mail ballots. And what that means is that everybody in Nevada that's a registered voter, all 1.8 million of them, received a ballot in the mail. So long as they postmark that ballot on election day, it can be counted until Saturday. And here in Clark County alone, Kate, there are nearly 80,000 ballots out there. Just to give you an idea as to where these ballots are in the process, 12,700 of those were picked up on Wednesday at U.S. Postal Service. 300 drop boxes from Election Day were not counted on Election Day. They were transported here to this building that you see behind me. They were secured by the police. There were more than 56,000 ballots. Those are being processed. The tallies are not represented in the totals yet. And then there's another 5,000 that are yet to be cured, and another 5,000 that are provisional ballots. And so, Kate, again, this is a nail-biter race. The margins are razor thin, and that's why these candidates, they're hanging on to every ballot, and we're still in a waiting game because it just depends on how many ballots come in through the mail. Those all need to be processed, all need to be counted, and so long as they come in on Saturday, they can be counted here in Nevada. Kate?
Rosa, thank you very much. Let's go to Georgia now. Voters could once again there have the final say on which party controls the Senate. The race between Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock and Republican challenger Herschel Walker is heading to a runoff which will take place next month. Eva McKend is live in Atlanta for us. She's got much more on this. Eva, this race now kicks back into high gear. What is it looking like there today?
It sure does, Kate. No days off for Herschel Walker or Senator Warnock. Walker holding a rally later this evening. He'll be joined on the campaign trail by Texas Senator Ted Cruz. And in just about 2 hours here in Atlanta, Senator Warnock will hold a news conference. This all comes as more money is pouring into this state. The Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee, that is a critical fundraising operation for Senate Democrats. They have pledged to spend $7 million. And if you're wondering, where is all that money going? It is going to field organizing. That is the all-important ground game. That is direct voter contact programs. For his part, Herschel Walker getting a boost, too, from the Susan B. Anthony Pro-Life America group that has pledged at least, maybe more, but at least for now, $1 million. We're also learning from the Secretary of State's office that early voting could begin as soon as November 26th. That is just 2 days after Thanksgiving. Kate?
Here we go again. It's great to see you, Eva. Thank you. So President Biden, he is waking up happy today, bolstered by the midterm results and the red wave that did not materialize, declaring the election a good day for democracy, though his presidency is likely now entering a much more challenging time of divided government. MJ Lee is at the White House for us at this hour. MJ, so what now?
well, what now is the president needs to keep waiting, just like the rest of us, to see what happens. But regardless, he said yesterday, of what happens to control of Congress, he said he is going to largely stay the course. When he was asked what he would do differently the next 2 years, he said nothing, because he thinks voters are just starting to find out what we have been doing. He did, however, acknowledge in a big way that he gets that people across the country are still very frustrated about the state of the economy. Take a listen.
American people have spoken and proven once again that democracy is who we are. The states across the country saw a record voter turnout. The voters were also clear that they are still frustrated. I get it. I understand it's been a really tough few years in this country for so many people.
And just looking ahead, Kate, you know that tonight the president leaves to go abroad, in part to attend the G20 summit in Indonesia. And yesterday we heard him saying foreign leaders are often asking him these days, what is going on in the U.S.? Are things going to be okay? He said the best way to reassure these foreign leaders is to tell them if Donald Trump plans to run again, make sure that he doesn't get elected to a second term. Kate?
It's good to see you, MJ. Thank you. House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, he's launching his bid to secure the Speaker's gavel if Republicans win the majority, of course, and he is already facing some opposition from some inside his caucus. Melanie Zanona is tracking this for us. She's on the Hill. Melanie, what's happening with this maneuvering today?
Yes, okay. There is a group of far-right Republicans who are closely aligned with Donald Trump who see an opportunity here. They want to extract concessions out of Kevin McCarthy in exchange for their speaker's vote. And some of the things they want is more representation on committees and more power over the floor. In fact, this group is meeting right now as we speak. It's their new member orientation near Capitol Hill. I was just over there and I asked a member heading into the meeting, are you going to support Kevin McCarthy for speaker? And this member said, we're working on it. So clearly their strategy in the speaker's race is going to be a big topic of discussion today. But meanwhile, Kevin McCarthy is making moves of his own. I'm told that he has been working the phones ever since yesterday, calling members, asking for their support, arguing that he is on the verge of helping them deliver the majority. He's also been talking to potential holdouts and critics and hearing them out, listening to their demands, seeing if there's anywhere they can find common ground. His allies say he is very much in listening mode and willing to hear members out, but McCarthy's also wary of giving in to some of these more hardline demands, especially some of the demands that could essentially kneecap his speakership if he gives in to them. But look, it's going to be a messy process for Kevin McCarthy, and he might have no choice but to give in to some of those demands. Kate?
Yeah, we could learn very soon and very quickly what that all looks like. It's good to see you, Melanie. So right now, we are waiting for more results to come in several key races. Control of Congress, as we were just talking about and we'll continue to discuss, it's hanging in the balance. What could come next? What are the patterns that these next votes could reveal? That is next. All right, everyone, we have a CNN projection. Take a look right here in the House. Democratic Congresswoman Jahana Hayes has just defeated Republican George Logan. This is a hold for Democrats. Let's take a closer look at what the numbers then mean for the balance of power. Right now, you see the Democrats pick up one more seat, which is 192 Democrats in the House of Representatives, 209 Republicans, the threshold, of course, remaining to gain control of the House of Representatives at 218. Joining me right now, CNN's Audie Cornish, host of the new CNN podcast, The Assignment, which launches next week. Congratulations on that, Audie. And also with us, CNN senior political analyst Kirsten Powers, CNN political commentator Scott Jennings, and John Berman back here with us. John, let's talk first about CT5, what this means, what you see.
Yeah, I want to show you this district. This is in Connecticut, in the western part of Connecticut, west of Hartford. Beautiful country, I might add. Jahana Hayes winning right now with 50.4% of the vote. George Logan with 49.6%. This is a hugely Democratic district. This is a D+10 district, but was rated as a toss-up heading into Election Day. This is a district that Republicans were kind of salivating over the weeks leading into Tuesday because they thought, hey, we have a chance to pick up some heavily Democratic seats. But Jahana Hayes able to squeak it out. Now, I want to show you a couple things here. You pull out here on the map, and you can see this means, for right now, New England, all blue. every member of the congressional delegation so far. Democratic, we're waiting on one seat here. This is the Maine 1st Congressional District right here where Jared Golden, Maine's 2nd Congressional District. Jared Golden, the incumbent there, is running. If he gets over 50% of the vote, he wins outright. Otherwise, they do ranked choice there, but he's looking good as of now. So you could have an entirely blue New England delegation, and this puts Democrats closer to the possibility of maybe maintaining the House. They're at 192. They would need, what, 26 more seats? Republicans only need 8. You can see right now, Democrats are leading in 23 of the 26 they would need. Not impossible, maybe not likely, though, Kate.
It is truly a just hold on, let's see exactly how each one of these races in, because a lot of expectations being kind of defied in this moment. John, stick with me. Scott's here with me as well. Scott, Republicans were kind of salivating on this one. D+10, then a toss-up, and now this. But what pattern does this fit, if any?
Well, what's remarkable is just how many of these House races got right up to the line for Republicans, got within a whisker, and couldn't close the deal. And it's quite apparent that in most of these places, it was independent voters that Republican strategists had expected to just side against the party in power, who decided in many cases to stick with Biden, despite misgivings about him, despite misgivings about his plans and whether it was actually helping the country. They stuck with it for some reason, and a lot of people like me today are thinking Trump might be the problem. I'm sure there are many explanations, but that's certainly one of them.
One thing definitely to explore. So then as we were looking kind of at I think we just need to take it day by day, Audie, at this point. So as we're looking at the day ahead, what do you think today, as we just make this projection, what else could today bring? What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm in the same sort of probably psychological place you are, which means lots of refreshing of feeds, lots of double checking up on recount laws. For example, in Nevada, there's no particular number of threshold for a recall. A losing candidate can just ask for one. Another thing I'm looking at is whether or not Republicans, if and when they reach a majority, who's in it? And what part of the party's wing will be strengthened by its newest members. And then lastly, Scott sort of alluded to it, but the hand-wringing that's going to happen about Trump. You know, there was so much hand-wringing on the Democratic side about Biden. He took a step back and let each candidate run their race, which probably turned out to be a good thing, because then the candidate quality issue that had come up earlier in the year for Republicans really was underscored and could be defined for voters. And I'm interested to hear sort of what that dialogue will be in public and what we hear kind of whispers from behind closed doors.
Absolutely. So as we await more, and they can come at any moment, I do want to take a look at some of what has happened and what can be learned from it. I just got back from Pennsylvania. And that was, that Senate race and the governor's race, but specifically the Senate race, everyone watching so closely. The Philadelphia Inquirer pointed this out, that John Fetterman had a higher percentage of the vote for his Senate race than Joe Biden did in the 2020 presidential election in 61 of Pennsylvania's 67 counties. Berman's kindly said that he would look more into this for us and bring us more details. So, John, what do you see? What have we learned even since this has been projected and called in that Senate race?
Well, first of all, one thing I want to point out is John Fetterman now leads by more than 4%. The morning after the election, which was yesterday? I've lost count. He was ahead by 2.5%. His lead is actually growing in Pennsylvania. And Kate, I just want to show you what you just mentioned there, where the Democrat outperforms Joe Biden, where John Fetterman has outperformed Joe Biden, is like everywhere pretty much in the state. Fetterman, if you compare it to the baseline of Joe Biden barely winning 2 years ago, he's doing better, and there's really just no other way to say it. And in some places, a lot better. I mean, you see all the red counties here. You can see the margin. Joe Biden lost by 44%. John Fetterman down by 40. That 4% matters there. In Tioga County right here, Donald Trump won by 51%. The margin here is 48. That 3% matters here. So you can see, Kate, just generally speaking, Fetterman did better than I think anyone expected.
Yeah. So, Kirsten, in looking at that, some are suggesting that Pennsylvania, a premier battleground always is kind of becoming a slightly bluer shade of purple today. What do you see, Kirsten?
Maybe. We'll see. I think this is a really extraordinary election. And it wasn't just John Fetterman who was outperforming Biden it's happening everywhere. And I think that's one of the reasons, separate from people trusting the polls, but also I think a lot of people who were expecting things to go very badly for Democrats were looking at the fact that it's pretty unusual for that to happen. It's not typical that you will wildly outperform the president, and the president's numbers are underwater and he's not very popular. And so this is highly unusual what is happening. You just cannot stress that enough. The fact that there is still a possibility that the Democrats could control the Senate and could maybe even control the House it's just incredible. And so I think it is a time for Republicans to take a step back and ask, where did we go wrong? And Scott has said that a lot of Republicans are saying they think that it's Trump. I would suggest that perhaps they've gone too far on abortion and also not really offering a plan, criticizing Democrats a lot, but not necessarily saying what they would do differently around inflation. And then finally, the issue of democracy, and that does tie in obviously with Trump. But we have also seen in the past where right after an election, or we'll see Republicans being critical of Trump, but then, given a little time and suddenly they're rallying back around him and believing that he's not the problem. So I think there's a lot of things to watch over the coming days.
Absolutely. Okay, guys, stick with me. We've got much more to discuss in the coming moments ahead. A programming note for all of you. Former Vice President Mike Pence, he will be joining Jake Tapper for a live CNN town hall. That's next Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern. So inflation is cooling more than expected. Wall Street loving that news. Markets way up in this moment. Details on that new inflation report next. A rare November hurricane made landfall in Florida, damaging beaches, knocking out power to hundreds of thousands of customers. Just look at that. Nicole is now a tropical storm and is still pounding the state with heavy rain, really scraping across the entire state at this point. Layla Santiago is live in Florida with much more on this. Layla, what are you seeing?
Well, Kate, the entire state, 67 counties, still remain under a state of emergency. The governor just announcing that. But let me show you what one of the big problems is here. The police in South Daytona just tweeting out that they are dealing with significant flooding. Take a look right behind me. You can see how that is a problem. You're also looking out because just beyond those trees you'll find the coast, and you will also find a community that is named Wilbur by the Sea. That community, the sheriff is out there right now still evacuating some condos because they have deemed dozens of structures out there to be unsafe, directly correlated with coastal erosion. So not only are we still 7-8 hours after landfall of then Hurricane Nicole, dealing with the wind, the rain, the flooding, but also this is a state that is going to now have a bit of a new coastline in some areas because coastal erosion remains a big threat for a lot of those structures that are now deemed unsafe and still being evacuated at this hour, Kate.
Absolutely. Much more to come. It's great to see you, Layla. Thank you so much for covering that for us. There's also this. U.S. stocks rallying this morning on a better than expected inflation report out, showing that inflation is easing from its 4-decade high, as the Federal Reserve, of course, is still working to figure out how exactly to tame it and handle it correctly. Matt Egan is looking into this report. He joins us now. Matt, what do you see here?
Well, Kate, finally, we get some good inflation news, right? I mean, this might actually be one of the most positive economic developments we've seen all year. Month over month, we saw prices go up by 0.4%. That is encouraging because it was actually supposed to get worse than that, and it didn't. That was flat. Year over year, consumer prices up 7.7%. Normally, that is terrible news, but we're obviously not in normal times right now. This is actually a 9-month low, and it is a significant improvement from the 9% inflation that we saw this summer. Of course, none of this means that the inflation situation is gone, right? We're still feeling sticker shock at the gas station, the grocery store, paying rent, but some prices are actually dropping. Month over month, we saw price declines for apparel, airfare, used cars, fresh fruit, used cars in particular. That was a big driver of this better than expected inflation report. One economist said that the, quote, used car bubble is rapidly deflating. Now, markets are loving this news. The Dow surging 900 points, around 3%. Even bigger gains from the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. They're on track for their best days since April of 2020. Markets are hoping that this means, you can see actually 1,000 points, 3.1% now, session highs for the stock market. Investors are hoping that this means that the Fed can finally chill out with these monster interest rate hikes, which would be great because those rate hikes are raising the risk of recession, raising borrowing costs for all of us, mortgage rates, credit cards. But I would caution, it's a little too early to declare victory. We need to see a number of better than expected reports before the Fed is going to back off here.
It's good to see you. Thank you for bringing us some good news.
Finally, right?
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Steve.
All right, joining me now for more on this is CNN global economic analyst Rana Foroohar. She's a global business columnist and the associate editor for the Financial Times. Rana, give me your take on the report. Matt says it could be the best report of the year. What do you think?
Oh, 100%. I mean, inflation has been the major issue for this administration and for Americans. And the fact that it's coming down means A, the Fed rate hikes are working, and B, you've got a clearer political environment going forward, at least the Democrats. You know, just to bring in the midterm elections from yesterday, I was really fascinated that inflation was an issue for sure, but it was not the only issue. It didn't play as the lone economic issue. And I think that speaks to the fact that Americans' balance sheets are in better condition than they have been in a while, in part because of some of the buildup that happened during COVID of savings. So the fact that you've got that buffer and you've also now got a report that says inflation is starting to dampen, boy, that could be game changing for the markets and for the American public in the next couple of years.
How does this play into the calculation, the equation of the risk still out there of a recession?
Yeah, well, you know, you're seeing big layoffs, for example, in the tech sector. Facebook laying off double-digit numbers, a number of other tech companies really taking a hit. You saw the meltdown of crypto in the last couple of days. I think that is somewhat sector specific. I think that what you're seeing is the deflation of a major tech bubble. Now, that's going to ripple into some other areas. We don't know exactly where. There's a lot of debt out there right now amongst corporations. And as rates go up, and you probably will see not maybe as strong of a movement in the future, but certainly still some more rate hikes. It goes back to the old Warren Buffett quote about how, that when the tide pulls back, you can see who's been swimming without shorts. And we are seeing that. We saw it in England. We see it in the crypto markets. We've seen it in tech. But you also see bright spots in energy. You see bright spots in industry. So I don't think it's going to be an across-the-board market slide. Are we due for a recession? Technically, yes, we are. Does it have to be a hard landing? No, I don't think so.
So what does this inflation report today, and as Matt was saying, one report doesn't necessarily mean that the Fed's going to completely change its direction. But what do you think, does it make it more or less likely that the Fed's going to keep up with the trend of their aggressive rate hikes? And what is the risk kind of easing too quickly? This is something we keep talking about.
Yeah, for sure. I would not want to see a quick easing. I would see this being seen as one data point of many. 3 is a trend in reports, but the Fed's going to be looking at a lot of different things. They're going to be looking at, the housing market, how are asset prices moderating in certain ways? What's the labor market doing? Is it still hot? Are there hiring gaps? Are companies having a hard time finding skilled labor? I mean, there are so many things that go into this picture. The CPI is just one of them.
It's good to see you, Rana. Thank you very much. So the White House announcing just moments ago, President Biden is going to be meeting face-to-face with China's leader for the first time since Biden took office. What are they going to talk about? What does the White House want to get out of it? White House Communications Director joins me next. President Biden says that he will invite party leaders from both sides of the aisle to the White House in the coming weeks. And the president, the White House, and everyone else, of course, is also preparing for the possibility that Republicans could take control of the House when all votes are in. His agenda for the next 2 years, On the line, joining me now is White House Communications Director Kate Bedingfield for much more on this. I do, of course, want to talk to you about the midterms, but first, Kate, we just learned that President Biden will be meeting with the Chinese leader Xi Jinping face-to-face next week at the G20 summit. This will be their first in-person encounter since Biden became president. What do you all want out of this meeting?
Well, President Biden is someone who believes very much in the value of face-to-face communication, leader-to-leader communication. He's obviously has known Xi Jinping for a long time. They've spoken a number of times, and he is looking forward to the opportunity to speak in person. They will, as the president said when he was asked about this yesterday, they will talk about issues of mutual concern. They will talk about issues of regional concern. They will also talk about how we keep this relationship in a place of competition and from tipping over into a place of conflict. The president said yesterday he will lay out his red lines and lay down and explore where those may be in conflict with China. So we anticipate that this will be a productive discussion and again is part of the ongoing relationship and communication between President Biden and Xi Jinping.
Let me ask you now about midterms and, well, we're still in a waiting period, of course, to understand exactly what the balance of power will be in Washington. But President Biden spoke by phone last night with Kevin McCarthy. What can you tell us about the conversation?
Well, President Biden has been clear from the time he took office, frankly, from the time he was running for president, that he wanted to be able to work with Republicans in the places where we can find common ground, where we can find consensus. And so there are a couple things I would say. Firstly, we don't yet know what the balance of power is going to be. Frankly, there is still potentially a path for Democrats to hold the House. Certainly, things are looking very, very strong for Democrats in the Senate. So we'll see where things net out. But regardless of where the ultimate count comes down, what we saw across the country on Tuesday is people came out in support of President Biden's agenda. They came out in support of his work to lower costs, his effort to tackle the climate crisis, his effort to bring down prescription drug costs, healthcare costs, and frankly, what he laid out about the need to protect our democracy and to protect a woman's right to choose. So across the country, we saw a really broad coalition of independent voters, women, communities of color come out in support of the Biden agenda. And the president is looking forward to working with the next Congress to continue to make progress.
But that actual telephone conversation, can you give us more on what was actually said or what the intent was of the president speaking with Kevin McCarthy?
Well, the intent of speaking with Kevin McCarthy is to continue to build a relationship should we need to work together, which, as the president has said, he is certainly open to. Frankly, he's been able to do it. We look at the last 2 years. We're able to pass an infrastructure bill with Republican votes. We're able to pass a semiconductor chips bill with Republican votes, able to pass veterans benefits with Republican votes. So he's shown he's been able to do it. The purpose of the conversation was to continue that open line of communication. But in terms of sharing details of their private discussion, I'll leave their private discussion private.
Okay. Will President Biden go to Georgia in the next few weeks to campaign with Raphael Warnock in the runoff?
He will do whatever is most helpful to Senator Warnock. Obviously, that is an election that has not completed yet, so I'm limited on what I can say standing here on the White House lawn about it. But what I can say is that the president will do whatever is helpful to Senator Warnock, whether that's campaigning with him, whether that's raising money, whatever Senator Warnock would like, the president will do.
Biden was asked last night what he'll do differently now to change people's opinion of the direction of the country, and the president's answer was nothing. He would do nothing differently. Do you want to offer more context around that today? Or are you comfortable with the takeaway that Biden says he's going to do nothing differently after this midterm, even with his approval rating still underwater?
Well, the president himself offered a lot of context about it yesterday, Kate, and he said, we saw people come out in support of his agenda, and I think that's what.
In that answer, though, Kate,
he
didn't. He said nothing because they're just finding out what we're doing. The more they know what we're doing, the more support there is. He said he would do nothing differently.
Exactly right. And that's because he has put forward an agenda that's lowering costs. Again, that's tackling the climate crisis. That's about protecting fundamental rights, protecting our democracy, protecting a woman's right to choose. And so what you saw was that people across the country had a choice on Tuesday. They had a choice between President Biden's vision and congressional Democrats' vision for this country and congressional Republicans. And largely, they chose the vision that President Biden and congressional Democrats have put forward. So there's nothing to change except to continue to press forward on the progress that we've made. And certainly the president is looking forward to doing that.
You listed out some of the things that you're able to accomplish with Republicans in the recent times. There are also big things that you have not been able to get done, even with Democrats in control of both chambers, with the possibility of Democrats having less power in Congress. Are you lowering expectations now of what's within the realm of possibility to accomplish in the next 2 years?
Well, there's no reason that lawmakers on both sides of the aisle shouldn't be able to come together to keep making progress on lowering costs. You know, there's no reason that we shouldn't be able to.
Right, but the assault weapons ban, that's something that the president says that he's going to get done in his before, you know, in the next 2 years. Do you think he can get that? Do you have any belief that he can get that done if Republicans control the House?
And he's going to keep pushing, and there's no reason that Republicans shouldn't support that. You look across the country, there is overwhelming support from people all across this country for an assault weapons ban. And frankly, when we saw the previous assault weapons ban, which then Senator Biden was critical in getting done and getting across the finish line, we saw crime drop precipitously after that assault weapons ban passed decades ago. So we've seen that it works. People across the country want to see us do it. And there's no reason that Republicans shouldn't be able to come to the table with Democrats and get that done to make our communities safer and to get guns off the street.
Let's see where the election lands. Would love to have you back on as always. Kate, thanks for coming on.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Another big setback for Russia. Why its forces appear to have pulled out of a key Ukrainian city. The very latest in the war in Ukraine. That's next. Ukrainian forces are advancing in the south after Russia's stunning withdrawal from the port city of Kherson. Ukrainian officials say hundreds of square miles of the Russian-held territory have now been liberated. Here you see soldiers standing with the Ukrainian flag in a town along the main road to Kherson city. Nick Robertson joins us now live in Ukraine with much more on this. And Nick, Kherson is a big deal. Talk to us about the significance of this development.
It's a big deal because it's a capital of one of the regions. It's a region that President Putin illegally made part of Russia less than 6 weeks ago. He's now going to lose it. It's an embarrassment for him. His troops are retreating. They're calling it a withdrawal to save troops' lives and equipment. But we all know the way that Russia's treated its troops elsewhere in the country, callously and with indifference. The death toll has been staggeringly high. So it does seem that Russia is forced into this position because of the Ukrainian success in targeting their supply routes across the river. So the Russians are moving back, the Ukrainians are moving forward, several hundred square kilometers taken today, 12 villages. The Ukrainians say that they're concerned this might be a trap, that the Russians might be mining the roads, mining buildings, laying booby traps, perhaps there'll be ambushes. So far that's not been the case as best we know. But the reason that the Ukrainians are concerned is because they just don't trust the Russians. Nevertheless, they are taking ground, and not many days now, potentially, before they actually have the city itself, Kate.
Nick, thank you so much. All right, to the midterm elections, the results still coming in. Votes still being counted in several key races. The very latest from across the country. Our reporters on the ground. That's next.